Present, 15 absent. Precinct 2. Precinct 2 reports 17 present, 12 absent. Precinct 3. Yeah, 14 present. How many absent? 18 maybe. You got 15 absent. Okay. Precinct 4. I'm sorry. One more time. Lena, I didn't hear. Precinct 4 reports 17 present, 13 absent. Precinct 5. 19 present, 10 absent in Precinct 5. Precinct 6. Precinct 6 reports 20 present, 8 absent. Precinct 7. Precinct 7 reports 21 present, 9 absent. At large. I'm sorry, Jerry. 8 present, 9 absent. 1-5, 15. Yes, Louis. All right, 16. 137. I get 13, 17, 14, 17, 19, 20, 21, 16, and 8. Yeah, 145. 145 members present. We have a quorum. Would you please bring forward the attendance sheets?
Testing.
Before we start the meeting and have the clerk read the warrant, you've probably noticed a number of young people in the audience together with their parents. I had the idea that it would be fitting, since our town meeting has overwhelmingly supported the Woodland School and its opening this September, that it would be appropriate to have students that are in the second grade that are going to be the first class to walk through Woodlands, our new Woodland School, participated in our town meeting. So I worked with Lisa Burns, the principal of Memorial. She in turn with Lisa Firth, principal at Brookside, with Craig Consigli, and other people that I will mention. So to begin our meeting, I'd like to bring up second graders from Brookside and Memorial School, and they're going to lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance. They leave the stage, I just want to I'll introduce each one so that they get there. Hopefully, with the help of Kristen Grillo, who's the head of the choral group at Woodland, she's brought a choral group that will sing our national anthem. Kristen? The accompanist will be Joanna Hickey. And to introduce them to our town meeting members, Leah Neves, Hannah Murphy, Patricia Fernandez, Gianna Duquette, Brooke Donnelly, Rafael Moretto, Igor Durante Barros, Nicholas White, Nell Norris, Kelly Trong, Josie Laprade. I know I mispronounced that. Okay. Joshua Rodriguez, and Owen Caron, and Madeline Fry. And again, our thanks to Kristen Grillo. All right, the clerk will now read the warrant.
Good evening, everybody. This is the annual town meeting, May 23rd, 2016, Milford, Massachusetts, Commonwealth of Massachusetts. Worcester County. To either constable of the town of Milford and said county, greetings. In the name of the Commonwealth aforesaid, you are hereby required to notify and warn the inhabitants of the town of Milford qualified by law to vote in town affairs, to meet in the upper hall of the Milford Town Hall, 52 Main Street, on the 23rd day of May, 2016 AD, at 7:30 p.m., and then and there to act upon the following articles. Article 1, to hear and act upon.
Motion has been made that we dispense with the reading of the articles. Does any vote appear to be heard? If not, the question comes upon dispensing with the reading of the articles. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. No? All those opposed? Motion is carried. The clerk will now read the officer's return.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Commonwealth of Massachusetts, Worcester County, Milford, Mass., date March 22nd, 2016. Pursuant to the within warrant, I have notified the inhabitants of the town of Milford to meet at the time and place for the purpose within mentioned by posting attested copies of this warrant in 10 or more public places in Milford. Thomas O'Laughlin, Police Chief.
Are there any resolutions to be presented to the meeting? Chairman Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. Whereas the citizens of Milford have learned with great sorrow and great regret of the passing of Ernest E. O'Brien. Whereas Ernest E. O'Brien is for many years an elected member of the town meeting. Whereas Ernest O'Brien served his community faithfully and unselfishly as a loyal and sincere citizen. Therefore, be it resolved that as a mark of respect, the business of this meeting be suspended while members stand in solemn and silent tribute to his memory, and a copy of this resolution be forwarded to his family. Respectfully submitted, Milford Board of Selectmen, William Buckley, Chairman, Brian W. Murray, Esquire, William E. Kincaid, Jr.
Are there any other resolutions? Mr. Kincaid.
Whereas the citizens of Milford have learned with great sorrow and deep regret of the passing of George Pine III. Whereas George Pine III was for many years an elected member of town meeting. Whereas George Pine III served this community faithfully and unselfishly as a loyal and sincere citizen. Therefore, be it resolved that as a mark of respect, the business of this meeting be suspended while members stand in solemn and silent tribute to his memory, and that a copy of this resolution be forwarded to his family. Respectfully submitted, Milford Board of Selectmen, William D. Buckley, Chairman, Brian W. Murray, Esquire, William E. Kincaid, Jr.
I'll ask the members to stand for a moment of silence, remembering George Pine III and Ernest E. O'Brien. Are there any committee reports? Mr. Shane.
The Finance Committee's been using tablets now for the last 3 months. I just want you to know the technology has progressed to that point, except here. Okay. Brief report, a lot of information to cover tonight, so I'm not going to be very long for a change. This is the standard slide that we put up every year. This is our budget management. Conservative, reduce long-term debt without increasing operational budget by adding available funds to stabilization. Plan for future capital items by adding available funds to capital stabilization. Increase and maintain commitment to reduce the tax rate. Maintain the operational budget control. The objective for FY17 is to put aside $1.8 million in taxpayer relief, $1.5 million in capital projects, maintain the debt service limit at $3.5 million. We recommended an increase to the operational budget of 2.5% across the board, and we want to increase stabilization at least $500,000. Just some highlights of how the budget turned out. School district came in plus 3.5% at $44,091,000. A lot of that was respect to ELL and special education. Blackstone Valley went up 12.3% to $1.6 million. That increase was because we have 23 more students going there this year, and our committee loves to see more students going to Blackstone Valley. Workers' comp went up 10%. Retirement contribution went up 5.5% to $4.267 million. Health insurance went down 3.6% because we had an overage last year of contributions, so we're taking that back, or giving it back. And debt service went up 39% to $5.695457. That's in major. Remember, I just said we want to keep it at $3.5 million. Well, $2.5 million of that is the new Woodland School that comes online this year. And I'll talk a little bit more about that. The FY17 budget came in at $95,364,863, a total overall increase of 4.9%. If you add back in some of those, which we'll deal with in October, welcome to the over $100 million corporation club. One of the issues that came up this year is we went out to bond Woodland, and the treasurer and the finance director got a fantastic interest rate, as you see, of 2.3399%, because our Moody's rating was at AA2, and they highlighted strong stabilization account, good fiscal control in their report, and that certainly helped to get us a great bond rating. And that's going to show when we start to pay off Woodland. A lot of those numbers that we originally projected were at 5%, so we're at half that, which will make paying Woodland off a lot easier on the operational side. Recommendations going forward: increase the budget. This is to town meeting. Increase the budget 4.9%. Limit the debt service to $3.5 million. And in the fall, we will transfer money from stabilization to offset that first payment. And we'll continue to do that as we move forward, as we promised when we asked you to put money in stabilization. Maintain the infrastructure in buildings and roads. We continue to do that. We add money to the highway department, et cetera. And we still would like to see a moratorium on new debt as we go forward. After about 5 years of Woodland, maybe we'll look at some debt capacity. That's it. Thank you. I'll save it for the end.
Any other committee reports? Yes. Mr. Johnson.
Good evening. So the CIC report you should have all received in the mail. There were some extra copies in the back if anybody didn't receive one. But just in a nutshell, since we have all seen it now for the last few weeks, there are 39 articles coming before us. 13 of them, sort of an unusually high capital improvement request for an annual town meeting, are on the warrant, but only 9 of those required CIC review. If you look at the first page of the report, it kind of tells you just some general stuff where we make our, get information for the judgment that you're going to see on the next page, page 2, which we call the cheat sheet. That includes the DOR recommendations, sort everything out, and that's what provides the ranking on the next page. But before we get there, at the very bottom of the front page, you'll see where we do our independent review of all the capital articles, that we are once again in agreement with the FinCom in that we favorably recommend all of them that were brought before us based on their merits. Now, we're also then mandated with an additional step of prioritizing those capital improvements for you guys. And that is the chart at the top of page 2. It's laid out very quickly and concisely in the rank order from 1 to 9. By the way, the top article coming before us this spring is the Stormwater Treatment Wetland, Article 26. The bottom article, just FYI, happens to be the computer upgrades at the police station. That, by the way, primarily is due to the fact we've already made this year's payment, so a delay till the fall is inconsequential, and we expect that that'll be passed over later. Below that little cheat sheet is just a couple quick bullet points. It tells you how this chart works. By the way, you'll notice that in addition to the rank order, the articles, and their dollar figures they're presented with, we also have the CIC's project rating. That's a simple system, 1 to 3. Everything from something's critical as a 1 to something can be delayed, which is a 3. Delayed by, in the sense that we don't think it'll affect the project itself. Everything else in the middle is basically an important 1. Anything below a 3 simply wouldn't be recommended by our committee. So that's why the scale is a simple 1, 2, and 3 nowadays. After that, you'll see is the breakdown as to how we actually arrived at all our findings, both the consistency with the town's comprehensive plan, how the actual DOR recommendations shake out, so you can see how each one came out relative to the item that was scoring higher above it on the list, as well as the one that's below it. But otherwise, that is the rest of the report just covers those details as to how we got to any one of those findings. And that is the report. Thank you.
Any other reports? What is the pleasure of the meeting? Article 2. Just procedure-wise, just as a reminder, in order to get my attention, yell, Mr. Moderator, raise your hand. Hopefully I'll hear you and see you. Once I recognize you, you can come forward to speak. As a reminder, any registered voter in the town of Milford can address the meeting. If you're not a registered voter in the town of Milford, you need the unanimous consent of the body to address the meeting. So keep that in mind, and apologize in advance if I don't recognize you as you come to the podium. Mr. Abramson.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, and ladies and gentlemen, I am Charles Abrahamson, Chairman of the Milford Personnel Board and a member of Precinct 4. I'm here to present Article 2. I move that the town vote to amend the wage and salary schedule of the wage and salary administrative plan by establishing new position levels and salary levels as recommended by the Personnel Board for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016 as follows.
Motion made and seconded to waive the reading of the rest of the motion if it's exactly as appears in the handout that every town meeting member has. Is it the same, Mr. Abramson?
Yes, it is, sir.
It is. Does any voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes on the motion. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion is carried. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Mr. Moderator, Finance Committee recommends unfavorable.
Okay, Charles?
Milford last conducted a classification and compensation study in the year 2000 for Article 2 employees. In In October 2013, this body approved funds to update this classification and compensation plan. This article will allow Milford to pay Article II employees in a fair and equitable manner. Tonight, we present the results of the study. In the past 2 years, our board has met over 45 times, including Saturdays. This study covers 25 salaried positions and 38 hourly rated positions, consisting of approximately 100 people. Article 2 also includes various other positions not covered within the study. To update the classification part of this study, we revised all job descriptions based upon reviews by all employees and their supervisors. After these job descriptions were approved, we reclassified each position under our classification system. We consolidated the current 8 grade levels for both salaried and hourly rated positions, into 5 grade levels for salary and 3 grade levels for hourly rated. The current 5 salary steps will be increased to 8 steps. The new system groups employees by similar job requirements and responsibilities and responds to the changing organizational structure within the town. For the compensation part of the study, we surveyed 13 towns. We adjusted the grade and step levels to reflect over 15 years of changes to Milford. The adjustments provide Article II employees a level playing field and sets their salaries and wages at rates comparable to Milford Union employees and to employees in other communities. Again, the last comprehensive evaluation of Article II employees occurred in 2000. Union contracts reevaluate and renegotiate employee job requirements and salaries on a regular basis, generally every 3 years. This study incorporates current standards and requirements for Article II employees. It allows for growth within their job classification and provides fair and equitable salaries and wages. The Personnel Board requests favorable action on this article.
Is there any other vote care to be heard? Yes, Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti. I'm a town meeting member from Precinct 8. I have always considered myself to be a person of average intelligence. I began to question that after listening to several hours of presentation for this change by the Personnel Board and reviewing the spreadsheets that were furnished to me by the Personnel Board for several hours. I questioned my average intelligence because after doing all that, I was completely confused and did not understand why or how we were going to do making this change. I felt a little bit better after the presentations were made to the Finance Committee. Once again, several hours of presentation on this article to the Finance Committee by the Personnel Board and by their consultant, and several hours of review and explanation of the spreadsheets to the Finance Committee. I felt better about my average intelligence because as the camera panned the Finance Committee and I saw the dazed and confused look on each of the Finance Committee members' faces, I understood that it was not just me who had no understanding of what it was that was being proposed here. Now, if after several hours of presentation, detailed presentation to the Finance Committee, and actually several hours of presentation to your Board of Selectmen, who were also very confused as to, number one, why we're making this change, and to what benefit this, and to whose benefit this change would be. Bottom line is, there will be no benefit to anybody if this change is made. The only benefit that was derived out of this process was to the consultant, who was paid relatively well for the work he did. Ultimately, the Finance Committee, because admittedly they did not understand why this change was being proposed, issued an unfavorable recommendation to this body. One of the statements made, which I did understand by the Personnel Board, was that they wanted to make sure that Milford was competitive with other towns. As far as I'm concerned, there was no need to spend 2 years to figure out if Milford was competitive in the job market with other towns. You don't see anybody running out the door from the municipal jobs they have in this town, unless they are being pushed out for some other reason. Any open positions in this town are very competitively sought after. So as far as I'm concerned, if we have no people running away from these jobs, and there are many qualified people applying for any open position that there might be in the town, that in and of itself tells me that Milford is very competitive. I would urge you to vote unfavorably on this motion. If anybody here, if after hours of presentation, the Finance Committee was still very confused, and the Board of Selectmen appeared to be confused also, how can this body, after a 10-minute presentation, know and understand fully what they are voting for? As a town meeting member, you are obligated to understand fully what it is you are voting for before you cast a vote. If there's any town meeting member out there right now who understands fully what this article is proposing, we would like to hear from you. Thank you. Please vote negatively on this article.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Appleson.
Hi, Russell Bissell from Precinct 3, and I don't have an extra piece of paper, but if you look at the first sentence of this article, it says fiscal year 2016. I believe it should be 2017. Okay. The second point that I'd like to make is the schedule of monies appropriated in this article differ from the budget that was passed out by the town clerk. There's a number of discrepancies here. It's only off by a few dollars here and there, but I think that should be addressed at some point in time when we're either looking at the budget or let the finance director and the FinCom committee resolve those disputes.
Town Council Moody.
As you might have heard me indicate, this article, as it says in the motion, it talks about the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016. So that's the coming fiscal year. And this is not no money's appropriated here. This is not an appropriation article. The budget is what appropriates money, and these wages become part of that budget. This is not good, unless it's a one-person department, there's not going to be a correlation between a number on here and a number in the budget.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Rakudi.
Moderator, fellow town meeting members, Mr. Visconti brought up a very important point. The gentlemen of the Personnel Board have been working on this for a long time. The Finance Committee has given an unfavorable recommendation. And through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask the Chairman of the Finance Committee for their reasoning on that account. Thank you.
Joe, we're having difficulty hearing up here. I just checked. Are we hearing well out there? Is the system working?
Can you hear me now?
Yes, it's better.
Hey. All right, I don't need it anyway. Mr. Visconti gave a great point. The Personnel Board has been working a long time for this article. They put a great deal of work into it, and plus the money we spent. The Finance Committee has given an unfavorable recommendation. I think that we deserve, as town meeting members, to know why they gave an unfavorable desert. And through you, Mr. Moderator, I'd like to ask the Finance Committee if they would be kind enough to do that. Thank you.
Does any voter care to be heard? Mr. Shane. Mr. Shane.
Ladies and gentlemen, Mr. Visconti was correct. The presentations were long and involved. There were a number of different spreadsheets that were given out. The main recommendation, or the main question the Finance Committee had from the very beginning was, what's broken? As Mr. Visconti said, people aren't leaving, people aren't complaining about the salaries, people are applying for open jobs in the town. When you go through all of the numbers, the increases were insignificant compared to what people were making today, as opposed to the 2% or the 2.5% they would get on an annual basis. One of the problems with this program was that when people got to the top of the range, they were dead-ended. With the program that we have now, they at least get a cost of living increase. That was one of the issues that we had. It tended to get very convoluted from a salaried perspective. We never really got into the hourly one as well, but it was the same idea. Going from 5 levels to 8 levels only increased the time people got to the top of the range. And the total range was greater, no question about it. But we didn't understand how people could get past the top of the range. So it was so confusing to us that we voted unfavorable. We didn't see anything wrong with the existing situation.
Any other voter care to be heard? Attorney Heller.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, ladies and gentlemen, can everyone hear me? I'd like to, before I get into the article, Mr. Moderator, congratulate you on bringing the students that you brought here tonight and having them lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance and the Star-Spangled Banner. That was a very nice touch. Now, there have been some questions raised. I'll be happy to try to answer some of them. I'm Warren Heller. I've been I'm senior member of the Personnel Board. I was around with Phyllis Ahern, who's our clerk, when the last study was done. The final report of the last study, it was called the Bennett Report, was issued on December 13th, 2000. Now, I was at the meetings, and I think if we did one thing that we did wrong, we tried to get 2 years of information condensed from 45 meetings into, it was not hours and hours. The first presentation to the Finance Committee was 70 minutes, and the second one was less than an hour, if I remember. So 2 hours is hardly hours and hours. A couple other misconceptions that were made here. To my good friend, former town clerk, when he referred to the gentleman on the Personnel Board, you don't do justice to the 2 women who sit with the gentleman. With respect to a prior speaker who said the only one who benefited from this, no one benefited except the consultant. Remind this body that the consultant was awarded 2 years ago. We had an article that asked for $4,500. We came back last year and asked for a whopping sum of $3,000 additional dollars so that we could complete the study. So the consultant received $7,500 for the work that he did. That comes out, given the number of hours, he wasn't at every meeting, but he was at most of the meetings. And we didn't do the calculation, but it probably came out to about 50 cents an hour. So we got a good bang for the limited buck. Now, in the handout that you got from the Finance Committee. Is referenced that, there was confusion over the basic question of what issue was being addressed. You heard the chairman say, what's broken, et cetera. What I would like to do is explain to all of you, and maybe in simpler terms, explain to the members of the Finance Committee why we conducted this study and what it was all about. It's clear to me that if these well-informed, the well-intentioned gentlemen didn't understand the function and purpose of the Personnel Board, then it would be likely that you town meeting members may also need to know more about what the Personnel Board does. Because every year we come up, we do an Article 2 very similar to the one before you tonight. This is not a radical new plan. We've changed the number of grade levels and we've added steps, but basically if you compared what's in this Article 2 to what's in last year's Article 2, you're not going to see a heck of a lot of difference. Now, the Personnel Board, on March 16th, 1959, before many of you were born, or voting age certainly, the town of Milford voted to amend the town bylaws by adding the following: that any and all positions other than those filled by popular election and those under the control and direction of the school committee be classified into groups and classes doing substantially similar work or having equal responsibilities, and that a compensation plan establishing minimum and maximum salaries be provided for the purpose of paying the employees in the positions so classified. So in 1959, this august body set up the mechanism for a personnel. There are various articles. I won't bore you by reading the entire Personnel Board bylaws, but there are a few that I wanted to bring to your attention. Article 1.01. This bylaw shall be known as the Personnel Wage and Salary Administration Plan, hereinafter referred to as the plan, and is hereby adopted pursuant to the foregoing authority. Now, to answer a question raised by the chairman and by a member out in Precinct 6, why did we conduct a study? What was the rationale behind it? If you looked at Article 2, Personnel Board Powers and Duties, Article 2.04 states, and I quote, "The board shall review annually the wage and salary schedule. It shall keep informed as to the pay rates and policies outside the service of the town, and shall recommend to the town any action which it deems necessary to maintain fair and equitable wage and salary rates." Fair and equitable salary rates. Article 2.05. The board shall from time to time review all positions that are subject to the provisions of the plan. Such reviews shall be scheduled as to cover all positions at intervals of not more than 3 years. Lastly, from the bylaw, administration and records. The board, subject to the approval of the town at a regular or special town meeting, shall establish and amend from time to time, as it deems necessary, a classification and compensation plan in which all town positions, subject to the provisions of the plan, shall be classified, and in which the maximum wage or salary for each position and the wage or salary for each grade of the position shall be prescribed. That, ladies and gentlemen, is what we did. That's our duty. The Personnel Board is mandated to do what we did. Now, historically, every 10 years or so, town meeting would appropriate funds so that a comprehensive wage review, salary review, job review could be done. because over the years, it wasn't always done every 3 years. So back, I think it was in the late 50s, early 60s, we had what was known as the Siegel Report. Not too many people were around when that was done. More of you may be familiar with the plan that I believe was done in the probably 80s, early 80s or thereabouts, was called the Olney, O-L-N-E-Y plan. Then, as I mentioned to you, back on December 13, 2000, the Bennett plan was unveiled. Now, the reason that these articles or that these studies are done is because the Personnel Board consists of 5 appointed people and 1 alternate appointed by the Board of Selectmen. We are not professional negotiators, but we take our job very seriously. The people under the jurisdiction of Article 2, there are 25 salaried employees. There are, I believe, 38 or 39 salary-rated positions, which means that people who get a specific hourly rate and are full-time. These people rely on the Personnel Board to make sure that their wages, their salaries, their hourly pay is consistent with what other employees in the town of Milford are being paid. In addition, as I stated, we are mandated to look at other communities to get a sense to make sure that our employees are compensated fairly and equitably with relationship to not just other employees in the town of Milford, but people in other communities. Now, the goal and purpose of this latest classification and compensation study was, again, to classify positions, compensate employees in a fair and equitable manner, both internally, within the town, and externally, in comparison to the marketplace, on a position-by-position basis, all as mandated by Article 2 of the Personnel Bylaw. Basically, the classification and compensation pay schedules are the non-union personnel's equivalent of contract negotiations. Union negotiations are conducted by parties, both labor and management, who are experienced in the process. The Personnel Board consists, as I said, of 5 members and an alternate, appointed by the Selectmen. Not only do the Article 2 employees rely and depend on the Personnel Board to voice their concerns, which I believe that we have done after 45 meetings over more than 2 year, a little less than a 2-year period. We certainly have vetted these positions, and as Mr. Abrahamson pointed out in his opening remarks, it was a lot of work. There were a lot of changes in jobs. In the last 15 years, with technology being what it is, most of the job, or not most, but a good number of job descriptions were obsolete. Our consultant did a fantastic job on putting together those job descriptions. He met with the individual employees, and he met with department heads. One thing that nobody has criticized or questioned are the job descriptions. Nobody's questioned, the classifications and how we placed people. We were asked recently, what would be the cost in fiscal 2017 to the town if Article 2, as presented, were passed? And the answer to that question was approximately $4,000. We're not asking for a lot of money for some very hardworking, dedicated professional salaried people or for the very hardworking, dedicated individuals who are on an hourly wage. We have done some comparisons as to how they stack up against union employees who have similar job descriptions. I'm happy to say that with the changes that we've made, we've brought the Article 2 people up to a level that is comparable to others. Now, in the next 10 years or so, we're going to try very hard as Personnel Board to make sure they don't slip below the levels that the other people who work in this town get. One final thought. The Article 2 people are the only people who the Finance Committee has any real say as to what they get paid. Why do I say that? I say that because all the other people are under unions. And union contracts are negotiated maybe behind closed doors, maybe not smoke-filled anymore. But they're negotiated without any input from the Finance Committee or from this body. Article 2 people totally depend on town meeting and you town meeting members, not the Finance Committee. People need to be reminded, the Finance Committee is an advisory board. They don't set policy. They can't tell you how to vote. Now, if we confuse them, I apologize. Maybe we need to get briefer and more clear than we were. I hope that Mr. Abrahamson and I have been clear. He was brief, I not so much. But my final remark is this. You have the final say as town meeting members. Do not let the Article 2 employees down. We ask you to vote favorably for this article. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Shane first.
Moderator, with all due respect to the previous speaker, the Finance Committee has supported the Article 2 people significantly over the last 10 years. Every time the Personnel Board comes forward with a recommendation to increase longevity pay or extra time off or whatever to meet or be parity with the union shops, we all agree to that. And we've said over and over again, bring it all to us and let's make it as fair as possible for the Article 2 people to be as completely as equal as they can be with the union shops. And we understand that nobody negotiates for them except the Article 2 people. This last study that was done, everybody on this committee agrees that the Personnel Board was very passionate about it. They worked very hard for it. And the job descriptions that they came back with were significantly different and very much improved than what we had before. The real issue we had was, why did we have to change the number of levels and why did we have to change the number of grades? Come up with a salary increase for each one of the existing ones and we would have been fine. What the last speaker said was that the increase was about $4,000. That's not exactly right. It was $4,000 above the recommended 2%. So the actual number was $24,000. We agreed to 2%, and this was in addition to that 2%. Next year, that number is in the $45,000 range. And the following year, that number is in this much higher range. So the gross amount is significant over the next 3 years, and that was the concern. And a lot of people were going to be top-ended way before they should and get nothing for it, and we weren't happy with that as well. So I do applaud what the Personnel Board did. They worked very hard, no question about it. But I think they just, in our opinion, they just overdid it a little bit from the salary perspective. And it could have been much simpler.
Any other vote care to be heard? Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti, town meeting member from Precinct 8. One of the previous speakers told you that there is really no difference between this Article 2 being presented tonight and Article 2s that you have seen in the past. This Article 2 before you tonight in no way, shape, or form is anywhere close to an Article 2 that you have seen here in the past. It calls for a complete restructuring all the pay scales, the rates, the grades, the steps, a complete restructuring, a complete needless restructuring. A restructuring that nobody that I know of really understands. Your Finance Committee does not understand it. With all due respect, I believe your Board of Selectmen do not understand it. I do not understand it. And if anybody out there, once again, understands it completely, please, we would like to hear from you. As to taking care of our Article 2 personnel, no Article 2 personnel will be harmed or shortchanged in any way if this article is not passed. As a matter of fact, they will benefit if this article is not passed. Please, vote no on this article. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes, Mr. Carroll.
Dennis Carroll, Precinct 6. I'm also a member of the Personnel Board. That better? I just wanted to take a couple of minutes to go over some of the numbers. During this process, I've been the spreadsheet man, and I've been working with the finance department as well. So we know how much this is going to cost over the next 3 years. The percentages average out to a little over 3% per year. If you looked at it, and we did an analysis for the finance department, for the salaried people, if you look at it over the next 3 years, it comes out to about 10% compared to today. So it's an average of a little over 3% per year for salary. And we believe that that raise is justified when you look at the other towns that we surveyed and we compare those jobs. The rate of pay that we're paying is equitable, it's fair. On the hourly side, again, the average increase is a little over 3%. The hourly people on our first proposal were somewhat shortchanged. We got some feedback from the hourly people and looked at it again. After we had looked at the MACE contract and several other contracts that were done, we found that the increases for MACE were much higher than what we had proposed for our clerks and the help within the town hall specifically. We had people working side by side where the contract employee was making much more than the Article 2 employee. Not fair. So we went back, reassessed the rates for the hourly 2 people, and proposed the amendment to Article 2. Once again, the increase is approximately 3%. Now, there are a lot more hourly people than there are salaried people. And according to the information I got from the town accountant's office today, in general terms, I'm just going to read a statement that the accountant's office put out. During fiscal year 16, wages for the year are projected a total of $1,721,000. That's for the hourly people, both part-time and full-time, that are covered under Article 2. So if you take the percent increase that's projected for those people, it amounts to a $34,000 increase over next year. The following year is a $35,000 increase. The year after that, it's a $35,812. Now, those increases are compared to what we normally would give, which is a 2% increase. But that's what the numbers are, so everyone's aware of what it's going to cost. Thank you. Please vote favorably for this article.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the voter from precinct 4.
Good evening, town meeting members. My name is Mike Giampietro. I'm from Precinct 4. As I review this article, I notice that there's several salaries here that are listed on this, still significantly lower than surrounding communities. I work in another community myself. I happen to be on one of the positions that are here, and my community is a much smaller community, and my salary is quite comparable, and even a little bit more than the highest level that's listed here. Now, to continue to get quality people to work in cities and towns, it becomes more and more difficult. And you have a quality person who might apply for the job. What do they look for? They look for the salary and the benefits. So if you have somebody with experience, they're moving from town to town, they're obviously looking at the money. So when someone leaves, I highly recommend that you seriously think and ask the question to the board, what communities were actually looked at in the salary study? Were they comparable to the town of Milford? Do they have the same population? That's what I'd like to know. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Ms. Kincaid.
Will Kincaid, Board of Selectmen. Hope everyone can hear me. When I first got elected last year, I had the privilege of being appointed the Board of Selectmen liaison to the Personnel Board. It wasn't something I was at all familiar with. I didn't know what to expect. What I did find was that, as all the previous speakers have mentioned, a lot of time and effort, and actually very little money went into this. What they are attempting to do is modernize the process, and sometimes we think of it as being broken because we want to change something, and that's not always the case. I've been in state government for 20 years, and I fight the same battles at home as we often do here on the floor of this body. I do take a more simple approach to it. The Personnel Board has a job to do, and as far as I'm concerned, they did it. We funded the study with the support of the Finance Committee initially, and then they came back for a smaller amount, and this body funded them again to do that. Quite simply, I think we should probably, and I feel we should take their recommendation. We should hold them accountable on their recommendation, as all of us elected and appointed folks in town, and just like every other employee, should be held accountable. But they had a job to do, and they did it, and they spent a huge amount of time, not just 45 meetings, but tens and tens of hours, if not a couple of hundred hours. And over that process, over 100 job descriptions were evaluated and reclassified. Also, being in government this long, someone who holds a position, sometimes job descriptions never get changed in that time period. That's just something that seems to happen and fall through the cracks in government. That alone was a feat, and it was done, and appeals were made from employees. Those appeals were heard, corrections were made. Just a lot of work went into this. So I promised I'd be brief. The Article 2 employees rely on the Personnel Board and the FinCom, but in the end, they rely on this body. They're actually your employees. You have final say like you do on most things, but your decision affects them. And I like to think of the Article 2 employees as the employees belonging to this body. So everyone made valid points. I'm not usually this diplomatic, but the board, the FinCom, along with everybody else, made correct statements. A lot got lost in the weeds. There is a lot of detail here, and I think the Personnel Board tried explaining all of that detail. So quite honestly, I think the bottom line is they're making a recommendation after a lot of work, and I think we should support that, hold them accountable, but I ask that you support this article. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Motion has been made to move the previous question. This is an attempt to shut off debate. It's not debatable and requires a two-thirds vote. All those in favor of moving the question rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Okay, all monitors all set? All those opposed, rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. 16 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 1, 16 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 2. Precinct 2 reports 22 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 3. Precinct 3, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. That was 4. I heard your voice, Selena. Yeah, that's all right. You want to move over there? Precinct 3. Precinct 3 reports 14 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 5. Precinct 5, 22 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 6. Precinct 6, 20 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 7. 21 in favor, 2 opposed. Precinct 7, 21 in favor, 2 opposed. Precinct 8. 14 in favor, 2 opposed. A little louder, Lewis. 14 in favor, 2 opposed. At large? 14 in favor, 0 opposed. 0 opposed. 14 in favor, 0 opposed for at large. $164 having voted in the affirmative, 12 in the negative. The motion to move the previous question is carried by the necessary two-thirds. The question comes now upon the motion, which is to that the town vote to amend the wage and salary schedule of the Wage and Salary Administration Plan by establishing new position levels and salary levels as recommended by the Personnel Board for the fiscal year beginning July 1, 2016. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. All those in favor will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Okay, all set? All those opposed will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. 12 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 1, 12 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 2. 15 in favor, 7 opposed. Precinct 2, 15 in favor, 7 opposed. Precinct 3. 14 in favor, 3 opposed. Precinct 3, 14 in favor, 3 opposed. Precinct 4. 17 and 2 opposed. 17 in favor, 2 opposed. Precinct 5. 17 Precinct 5, 17 in favor, 6 opposed. Precinct 6. 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Precinct 7. 19 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 7, 19 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 8. 11 in favor, 5 opposed. Precinct 8, 11 in favor, 5 opposed. At large. 10 in favor, 1 opposed. At large, 10 in favor, 1 opposed. (129) having voted in the affirmative, 39 in the negative, the motion is carried. Article 3. Selectman Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members, I move that the town vote to fix the salary and compensation of all elected officers of the town as provided by Section 108, Chapter 41 of the general laws as followed. Highway surveyor.
Motion made and second that we do away with the reading of the rest of the articles exactly as in the warrant. Is it exactly as is in the warrant?
It is, Mr. Moderator.
It's the same as in the warrant. Any vote care to be heard on the motion to dispense? If not, question comes upon the motion to dispense. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This year, the Board of Selectmen are recommending a 2% salary adjustment for the 2 full-time elected officials. That's town clerk and highway surveyor. And in each of the other instances, we're recommending a 1% increase for all the other elected officials. That's what's represented in this article, and I'd urge your support. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 4. He only has one copy, yeah. 25 years ago.
And it's yellow. This is difficult. I move that the town meeting receive the report of the Finance Committee and that the moderator inquire if any voter wishes to consider any item separately. That if any voter so wishes, he or she shall ask the moderator to remove this item from the report, and when this is done, that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer where indicated in the report the amount recommended in the Finance Committee report as amended, and that the meeting shall then consider the items which have been removed from the report by taking up each item. We're talking about the budget. The budget is $95,364,863. I ask for your support.
Motion made and seconded that the town meeting receive the report of the Finance Committee and that the moderator inquire if any voter wishes to consider any item separately. That if any voter so wishes, he or she shall ask the moderator to remove this item from the report, and when this is done, that the town vote to raise and appropriate and transfer, where indicated in the report, the amount recommended in the Finance Committee report as amended, and that the meeting shall then consider the items which have been removed from the report by taking up each item individually. I'll now inquire if anyone wants to remove any item from the Finance Committee report. Mr. Visconti. What's that? What line item is it, Mr. Visconti? Education is school department. Is that what we're talking about? 300? I take it's 300. Is that correct? on page 6, line item 300, School Department, which is an appropriation of $44,091,000. That's what you want to remove? Okay, all right. Item 300 is removed. Any other? Well, we should be clear. I mean, he's agreed to 300. Any other line item to be removed? Okay, if not, the question now comes on the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. All right, well, we don't have the... All we're doing with that motion is accepting everything but the school department budget, line item 300. Okay? Make it clear. Let's try again. All those in favor of the motion as originally presented, since we've taken out line item 300, manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Okay, now we'll consider line item 300. Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti, town meeting member from Precinct 8. Mr. Moderator, I move as follows. Under line item 300, education, strike the dollar amount $46,016,84 in the column entitled FY 2017 proposed budget and replace with a dollar amount of $45,453,182.
I understand. So we should have requested that we remove line items 300, 350, 351, and 352. But the only thing that's removed is line item 300. Okay? So, I guess we'd have to have a motion to reconsider the budget or the Finance Committee report if we want to, a motion to reconsider. Okay. All right. Motion to reconsider the motion under Article 4 is before us. Any vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion to reconsider. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Okay. Motion to reconsider is defeated, so therefore we'll only consider line item 300. Oh, well. He's increasing the budget by $1 million. All we've got before us is 300, which includes the personnel services, 5110, 5320, 5331, 5440, 5510, 5520, and 5530. Total is not part, just for information purposes. Just recess for 2 minutes to see if Mr. Visconti can clear up his confusion there. Just for clarification, on Article 4, what we voted was the entire budget. We voted favorably on that. It passed, except for the item that was removed by Mr. Visconti. The item that was removed from Mr. Visconti was 300, which was the school department. If you look at the report, it's on page 6. So we just removed the school department from 5110 to 5530. It was probably his intention to remove the total education, which is a little bit further down, but that's not a line item. That's for information purposes only. We tried to reconsider the entire article, motion unsuccessfully. So Mr. Visconti can only discuss line items 5110, 5320, 5331, 5440, 5510, 5520, and 5530. Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, I apologize for the confusion. It's my substandard intelligence kicking in again, briefly. My intention is the motion is to scratch the number under line item 300 in the school department budget and replace that with the number of $43,660,000 even. Thank you.
May I have that? Mr. Visconti's motion is to insert the figure under total school department. That's right under line item 300 in those 7 categories, where it says $44,091,000. He wants that to read $43,660,000. $43,660,000. Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my motion reflects a 2.5% increase, which is a gift, if you will, for the school department. There is no reason in the world why the school department cannot stay within the 2.5% increase. Cost of living last year rose less than 1%. As a matter of fact, I have a list of towns here, but in the interest of time, I will not go through the whole list of towns that awarded cost of living increases to all of their employees less than 1%. In other words, they held firm to the true cost of living. In any case, I believe that 2.5% increase is fair and equitable for any of these line items. So I would ask you to approve and vote favorably on my motion to amend line item 300.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes, Mr. Correa.
Al Correa, Precinct 5. The school budget is one of the most scrutinized, agonized budgets that we go through. It represents, by the time you look at it, over 60% of our budget when you put in health insurance as well as bonds for the schools. I can tell you one thing. I was one of the most negative on letting it go $1 more than we had to. If not, ask Dr. Tremblay. We went through it over and over, cutting 100,000, 500,000. Can we do it? Absolutely. The school committee would find a way of surviving. Cut $1 million, they'll find a way of surviving. How will they do it? They'll take programs out of our kids. At the end of the day, you're not going to touch the salary line. That's already been negotiated with the union. That's in. You're not going to touch special needs. That's mandated. You're not going to touch ELL. That's mandated. I applaud Mr. Visconti for making sure that we're squeezing every dollar we can. But I'm here to tell you, we can spend an hour going through line item by line item, but the biggest pieces of this budget, labor, special ed, ELL, cannot be touched.
So any money you take out, you're taking it right out of the typical kids' programs, because there's no other where to go. So I would ask for your support on this budget. Do I think it's a good budget? Of course not. It's too much money. Our whole budget's too much money. I'm too old to ever say $100 million. You know, I joke, but remember, you could have bought Milford for $100 million when we were kids. They would have thrown in Hopedale and Mendon. But at this point, it's a practical budget. It's a realistic budget. And if you take anything out of it, you're going to hurt our kids. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard on the motion? Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti, town meeting member from Precinct 8. With all due respect to the previous speaker, there is no need to touch any of the special ed programs or any of the other programs in the school. Once again, they play on your emotions to get more money out of you. There is no incentive for the school department to scrutinize their budget and tighten it up, because they know when they go to the FinCom, the Finance Committee will cave in to all of their whims, regardless of how extravagant they may be. When we talk about, you heard the previous speaker talk about contractual obligations, pay raises, and negotiations. That's fine. Here's what I say. Fine. If this is what you want, if you want these extravagant pay increases, fine. We'll give you these extravagant pay raises, but keep in mind, you may be signing the pink slip of some of your colleagues. In any other company, they don't, if the money is not there, they don't cut programs, they don't cut products, they cut people. Now, I don't want to see anybody lose their job, but if you insist on extravagant pay increases, this is the only way to go. You don't cut programs, you don't cut special ed, you don't hurt the students. I don't want to hurt anybody, but we cannot continue to fund these extravagant budget increases that the school committee demands and the finance committee approves every single year. The school department knows, look, why should we try to scrimp over here and take some money and put it over there? We're going to go to the FinCom, we're going to cry on their shoulder a little bit, they're going to roll over and they're going to say, well, all right, here's your money. Happens every year, and it's going to happen again this year, unless you approve my motion. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Voter in Precinct 3.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. My name is Stephanie Abisler. I'm at Precinct 3. I am not a teacher in Milford. I'm a teacher in another town. And I see them go through the budget process in their town, and every time they cut $1 out of the budget, it comes right out of my pocket. So you can give me an increase, and my pencils, paper, and other school supplies come right out of my pocket. So you cut programs for the children, and you cut my salary too. So when you think about it, think about the whole package. I get frustrated when I'm spending my money in Milford for the school that I'm not part of, but I also see it from the other perspective. Every dollar counts for everybody. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Shane.
Mr. Moderator, with all due respect, I'm the chairman of the school subcommittee, and we have 6 members on that committee, and I take offense to the statement that says we roll over. We don't roll over. Just ask the school committee. It all starts with, yes, more money than we want to give them. We negotiate it to where it's reasonable. Please understand that they have a contract with the teachers. 80-something% of their budget is personnel services. We can cut it, no question. And as Mr. Correa said, we'll be hurting the kids because we won't have any teachers. why doesn't the previous speaker or Mr. Visconti talk about the fire department, police department, the highway department, and all the other unions in town that have significant increases every year as well? We don't roll over for them either. Everybody has a tight budget. And if the time comes where we don't have the state funding, we'll cut that budget. We've done it before, significantly. $2 million the last time I remembered. There is a rule. We have to meet a standard, a state standard. It's called net school spending. And we have to do it through Chapter 70 money, raise and appropriate money, and all the other ancillary money that we spend, health insurance, retirement, et cetera, et cetera. We will lose money if we don't spend at least 100% of net school spending. It's unfortunate, but that's what the state mandates. Does the state fund everything they should fund? No, they don't. There's been significant improvement in special education and circuit breaker. There's been significant improvement about ELL costs. The state is trying to make up some of the differences. But right now we have to fund it. We don't have a choice. And so we don't roll over on the Finance Committee for $44 million. And if he thinks we do, he's totally wrong. Thank you.
Any other vote indicated to be heard? Motion made to move the previous question and attempt to shut off debate on the proposed motion by Mr. Visconti. All those in favor of moving the previous question manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. All those in favor of moving the question rise, remain standing until counted by the monitors. All those opposed to moving the previous question rise, remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. Precinct 1, 16 in favor, none opposed. Precinct 2. Precinct 2, 20 in favor, none opposed. Precinct 3. 17 in favor, 0 opposed in Precinct 3. Precinct 4. Precinct 4, 19 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 5. Precinct 5, 24 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 6. Precinct 6, 21 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 7. Precinct 7, 23 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 8. 14 in favor, 0 opposed. At large. Yes.
Precinct 5, did I have a change? 22 in favor, 1 abstention.
We don't count abstentions. 22 in favor. How many opposed? None, right? No, we don't count abstentions, all right? For or against. So 22 in favor. There were none opposed, correct? All right, 167. 167 having voted in the affirmative, 1 in the negative. I think the necessary 2/3 has been acquired. Question now comes upon the motion submitted by Mr. Visconti that under line item 300 education, we strike the dollar amount of $44,091,000 and substitute the figure of $43,660,000. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The motion is defeated. We now need a motion for the Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town meeting vote to appropriate the amount that was originally in line item 300 for the school department as shown in the article.
Motion to appropriate the amount in the Article 4, which is $44,091,000. $44,091,000. Is there any voter care to be heard on that motion? If not, the question comes on that motion. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Carried. Article 5. Chris, no. Mr. Pillow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. Chris Pillar, Town Treasurer. I move that the town vote to authorize the town treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of the revenue of financial year beginning July 1, 2016, in accordance with the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 4, and to issue a note or notes, therefore, payable within 1 year, and to renew any note or notes as may be given for a period of less than 1 year in accordance with the General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 17.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to authorize the town treasurer, with the approval of the Board of Selectmen, to borrow money from time to time in anticipation of the revenue of the financial year beginning July 1, 2016, in accordance with the provisions of General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 4, and to issue a note or notes thereof payable within 1 year, and to renew any note or notes as may be given for a period of less than 1 year in accordance with General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 17. Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable, Mr. Moderator.
Mr. Pillow?
Ladies and gentlemen, this article is one that is brought to you on an annual basis. It allows the treasurer to borrow money when the need arises in anticipation of revenue. I ask you for your support on this article. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion. The motion requires a two-thirds vote. I'll take a voice vote. If that is not unanimous, the individual precincts will be polled. I am in no way encouraging you to vote for it if you don't want to vote for it. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 6.
I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take charge of all legal proceedings for or against the town.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to take charge of all legal proceedings for or against the town. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Attorney Murray.
It's an annual vote, ladies and gentlemen. It does exactly what it states.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 7. Selectman Kincaid.
I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to expend from funds received by the town as fines for parking violations during fiscal year 2017. Such sum or sums of money as are necessary to pay the costs and expenses of collecting such fines and otherwise complying with the provisions of Section 20A of Chapter 90 of the General Laws during said fiscal year.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to expend from funds received by the town as fines for parking violations during fiscal year 2017, such sum or sums of money as are necessary to pay the costs and expenses of collecting such fines and otherwise complying with the provisions of Section 20A of Chapter 90 of the General Laws during said fiscal year. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any voter care to be heard? Selectman Kincaid.
This is another recurring annual vote, which in this case will authorize the funds received for parking violations to pay for the costs of collections of the parking fees and otherwise support the enforcement of parking restrictions, including handicap restrictions across town. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 8. Town Treasurer, Mr. Pillow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members. I move that the town vote to authorize the town treasurer and/or tax collector to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements for fiscal year 2017 pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53F of the General Laws.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote to authorize the town treasurer and/or tax collector to enter into a compensating balance agreement or agreements for fiscal year 2017 pursuant to Chapter 44, Section 53F of the General Laws. Finance Committee recommendation.
Favorable.
Favorable. Mr. Pillum?
Again, this is another article requiring an annual town meeting vote, which authorizes the treasurer and/or collector to enter into a balance agreement with local banks. And again, I ask for your support. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 9. Selectman Kincaid.
I move that the town vote for fiscal year 2017 to authorize any and all departments to utilize without further appropriation any amounts received from insurance companies or other third parties as damages or payment for damages to any town-owned property for the purpose of repairing or replacing such property or as deemed appropriate by the Board of Selectmen, directly depositing such funds to the municipal Building and Property Insurance Fund established by vote under Article 45 of the June 11th, 1990 annual town meeting.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote for fiscal year 2017 to authorize any and all departments to utilize without further appropriation any amounts received from insurance companies or other third parties as damages or payment for damages to any town-owned property for the purpose of repairing or replacing such property or as deemed appropriate by the Board of Selectmen, directly depositing such funds to the Municipal Building and Property Insurance Fund established by vote under Article 45 of the June 11, 1990 annual town meeting. Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Kincaid.
Thank you. This is a recurring annual vote, which in this case will authorize departments to receive and utilize money from insurance companies or other third parties paid in compensation for damage caused to town property directly for the purpose of repairing or replacing that property without further appropriation. Without this vote, amounts recovered over $10,000 for damages to property would have to be paid into the general fund with the later appropriation by town meeting to effectuate repairs. This vote will allow departments to proceed smoothly and quickly to repair damaged property without any further unnecessary costs to the town. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 10. Selectman Murray.
I move that the town vote to authorize all persons, boards, or agencies of the town otherwise authorized to contract for on or behalf of the town during fiscal year 2017 to enter into such contracts or agreements for up to 5 years, except in the case of contracts or agreements dealing with real estate, which may be up for 10 years.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote to authorize all persons, boards, or agencies of the town otherwise authorized to contract for or on behalf of the town during fiscal year 2017 to enter into such contracts or agreements for up to 5 years, except in case of contracts or agreements dealing with real estate, which may be for up to 10 years. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Murray.
Ladies and gentlemen, again, an annual vote. The Uniform Procurement Act limits contracts to 3 years, which can be problematic when you're dealing with things like copy machines, vehicles, and in the world of real estate, typically the leases are up to 10 years, and if we did not have this article, we would have to have special town meetings to authorize those kinds of contracts.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 11. Selectman Kincaid.
I move that the town vote to accept General Law, Chapter 59, subsection 5C.5, which provides for an additional real estate exemption for taxpayers who are granted personal exemptions on their domiciles under General Law, Chapter 59, subsection 5, including certain blind persons, veterans, surviving spouses, and seniors, and to provide that the additional exemption shall be up to 100% of the personal exemption, to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2016.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote to accept General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5C and 1/2, which provides for an additional real estate exemption for taxpayers who are granted personal exemptions on their domiciles under General Laws, Chapter 59, Section 5, including certain blind persons, veterans, surviving spouses, and seniors, and to provide that the additional exemption shall be up to 100% of the personal exemption to be effective for exemptions granted for any fiscal year beginning on or after July 1, 2016. Finance Committee have a recommendation.
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Kincaid.
Thank you. This article was first proposed and passed in fiscal year 2000. Simply, it authorized the town to approve a 50% increase in allowed exemptions for the elderly, veterans, and blind. This year, we are recommending the 100% increase. The cost to the town was $58,939.53, with the breakdown as follows. Elderly cost of 100% additional, $14,397.72. 100% veteran disabled additional, $10,580.29. All other veterans with disability additional, $30,246.15. Blind additional, $3,715.37 for a total of $58,939.53. The law allows for a 100% increase. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 12. Town Treasurer, Mr. Pillow.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Town meeting members, I move that the town vote to authorize the town treasurer to accept deeds in lieu of foreclosure pursuant to Chapter 60, Section 77C of the Massachusetts General Laws.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to authorize the town treasurer to accept deeds in lieu of foreclosure pursuant to Chapter 60, Section 77C of the Massachusetts General Laws. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Mr. Pelham.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is another annual article for the town meeting vote. This article allows the treasurer to expedite the foreclosure process by accepting a deed in lieu of foreclosure. This process has been proven efficient and cost-effective, and I support your support will be appreciated. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 13. Town Council Moody.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $7,007.70 from the excess and deficiency account consistent with funds raised from vending machines in the Milford School District to be spent on the jurisdiction of the school committee for purposes of student activities not funded in the school department budget.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $7,007.70 from the excess and deficiency account consistent with the funds raised from vending machines in the Milford School District to be spent under the jurisdiction of the school committee for purposes of student activities not funded in the school department budget. Excuse me. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard?
Moderator.
Town Council Moody.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, this, as you may realize, has become an annual vote over the last several years when we realized that the funds from the vending machines, which had always gone to the student activities account, had to come here for an appropriation first. So that's why we've done it the last several years, and we'll keep doing that. The figure that you have there is precisely the amount that came from the vending machines and is traditionally used in the student activities account. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 14. Town Council Moody.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to establish revolving funds for certain town departments under General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 53E and 1/2 for the fiscal year beginning July 1st, 2016, with the specific receipts credited to each fund, the purposes for which each fund may be spent, and the maximum amount that may be spent from each fund for the fiscal year as follows.
Motion to waive the reading of the rest of the motion if it's the same as all town meeting members have in their handout. It is the same. No changes.
No changes.
Okay, any vote care to be heard in the motion to dispense with the reading? If not, the question comes upon the motion to dispense with the reading. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Council Moody.
Yeah, ladies and gentlemen, as you recall, this is an annual vote. We have a number of revolving accounts. It's just as you see listed there, the various departments. The spending limits, which you see to the right, are actually the same spending limits as you voted last year. So I would recommend that you approve this article. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 15. Mr. Buckley.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $35,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen for the repair or replacement of the front stairs and railings at the Milford Police Headquarters.
Motion made and second. The town vote to transfer the sum of $35,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen for the repair or replacement of the front stairs and railings at the Milford Police Headquarters. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article seeks to appropriate the sum of $35,000 to repair and rebuild the front steps and railings to the entrance of the police station. The foundation for the front stairs is deteriorating, causing the stairs to shift and sink. The railings have rusted at the base, and these conditions have created a significant safety issue for those people entering or exiting that building. I'd urge your support. Thank you very much.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes. Voter in precinct 5. Please identify yourself. I think you've spoken before, but I can't
Jamie
remember.
Wheelock from Precinct 5. Can you hear me?
Speak.
All right. I think this could be 8 inches taller. That would be really helpful. Apparently, you really have to lean down here. It's a good thing there's no tall people here. Hey, I'm not sure how many people of you have been to the police station to look at the stairs or the railing. I've been there. The stairs have shifted slightly for a very old building. It's well within dealable amounts and is unlikely to move a lot more in the near future. I definitely wouldn't say there's any safety problem going on with the shifting in the stairs. The railing situation is solid as a rock, though the concrete where the railings are poured into the concrete has predictably failed, which happens regularly when you have a cavity or a depression in the concrete or stone and you don't fill it to the tippy top and then you live in a freeze-thaw cycle like New England. The front stairs of this building have a similar situation. The side stairs over there had a similar situation, although they've since been remedied with a little concrete patch to elevate and eliminate the cup that holds the water. That leads to the premature failure of them. I would recommend that since this is not a really timely issue, we not support this expenditure at this moment, and also possibly just repointing the stairs. If any work has to be done to the stairs, a careful repointing of the joints between them would probably hold the stairs over for quite a while to come. So, I don't know if I have to vote for it to pass
No,
over.
you made your point.
Does that mean I should
Unless
actually...
you want an amendment, I mean, you're just advocating defeat of the motion.
Okay, that's what I'll say then. Just, I don't think at this moment we need to vote favorably on this issue, which is sort of what the CIC group said, which was it wasn't pressing, but they supported it. I think that's an accurate representation. All right, thanks.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Article 16. Oops.
I move that the town vote to delete the provisions of Article 18 of the general bylaws entitled Capital Improvement Committee, and at the same time amend Article 2 of said bylaws entitled Finance Committee by inserting a new paragraph within Section 4 thereof, which paragraph shall state as follows: the Finance Committee shall have a permanent subcommittee on capital improvements, which subcommittee shall evaluate the capital needs of town and its various departments and shall report and recommend thereon to the full Finance Committee.
Motion made and second, the town vote to delete the provisions of Article 18 of the general bylaws entitled Capital Improvement Committee, and at the same time amend Article 2 of said bylaws entitled Finance Committee by inserting a new paragraph within Section 4 thereof, which paragraph shall state as follows: the Finance Committee shall have a permanent subcommittee on capital improvements, which subcommittee shall evaluate the capital needs of town and its various departments and shall report and recommend thereon to the full Finance Committee. Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Attorney Murray.
Ladies and gentlemen, you may recall this article was before this body in 2012, and it was driven by the feeling that there is a redundancy in the town capital process. Right now, departments, if they have a capital need, they have to submit that application not only to the Finance Committee to see where it fits into the budget, but also to the Capital Improvement Committee, which does, I guess, a separate review. The problems that we had been experiencing, or I guess the deficiency that was in the process, was that the Capital Improvement Committee never really got to the point where these particular projects were examined within the full context of what the town is looking at in terms of an inventory on the overall capital plan, which could stretch out for 5 years. Typically, what you see is what's before us tonight and what's been before a number of town meetings, sort of an ad hoc report from the Capital Improvement Committee examining the certain capital articles that you have before you tonight, but not really presenting them in the context of everything else that the town has on the table that we know of for the foreseeable future. The Finance Committee recognized that in 2012, perhaps even before that. I think grew increasingly frustrated with the process, which was also shared by the Board of Selectmen. And what the Finance Committee did was establish a formal long-term capital improvement or capital project subcommittee. So since 2012, when the turn really occurred, that committee has, from the Finance Committee, that subcommittee from the Finance Committee has become more and more active and more accurate in terms of pending projects that we know of, and also relating it to spendability. How are we going to fund a ladder truck 3 years from now, for example? So the capital needs, as what has evolved is, as departments look towards long-term capital needs, they're looking solely at the Finance Committee because they have now put together the inventory of what we think we need in terms of departments and also potential funding sources. So what we see really is a redundancy with the capital improvement. Last year, as chairman, I, along with my fellow members of the Board of Selectmen, authorized the Finance Committee to work with the Capital Improvement Committee to try to see what we could do to streamline this process. And they actually did work together for the full year. We reviewed it at one of our recent meetings, and the consensus was at that time that the Capital Improvement Committee really does not serve any useful function, that the long-term subcommittee on the Finance Committee has now taken over. So what we're looking to do is to eliminate the Capital Improvement Committee, so now all capital requests, inventories, funding will rest with one repository, which will be much less confusing and I think more comprehensive and more accurate for the town. The Board of Selectmen realize that the Capital Improvement Committee individuals themselves are extremely well-intentioned, certainly tried to do the best job that they could, spent a considerable amount of time going in the directions that they felt were fruitful. And it's the consensus on the Board of Selectmen that should this article pass, and those individuals on the former Capital Improvement Committee want to continue to be part of the process, the Board of Selectmen would certainly give them preference on any openings on the FinCom to remain part of the continuing financial process. But it's, something that really has evolved. We've tried to take a number of different steps on this to see how we can simplify and streamline information that's very, very important. And just after this past year, where we tried this model where the FinCom and CIC worked together, this is the consensus of the financial people, perhaps not the capital improvement people, but again, we certainly would welcome them to continue to be part of the process, and I know that the board has verbalized at our meetings that those individuals, should they wish to continue to participate, would certainly have preference in terms of appointments to the FinCom. But, we think that this is the way to go. We think this makes a lot more sense, and we would ask for your support.
Any other vote care to be heard? Mr. Johnson.
Thank you. Greg Johnson, Precinct 3, Capital Improvement Chair. So, as expected, the CIC does not recommend this article. But I didn't plan to speak about that because the argument that I presented 3 years ago, that we're an independent committee, pretty much, I think, stands for itself. The fact that we have been called a redundant or obsolete does not speak to the actual job that is spec'd out in our statutory, in our bylaws. It's not ad hoc. We're doing exactly what we have been told to do by the bylaws, and we've done it every single time. Every town meeting, whether we had to produce a cheat sheet for you guys on your chair at the last minute, or whether, like this time, the process worked smoothly enough that we got you the article, our report ahead of time so you could more thoroughly analyze it. We have never failed this task. But this is ultimately because we are an independent body that reports to you, not the sponsors of this article. It's up to you. The selectman makes an excellent suggestion that does not appear in the language of the article as presented. So to that end, I would move to amend the article, warrant Article 16, So I move that the town move to amend the main motion under warrant Article 16 by inserting further sentence to the proposed new paragraph within Section 4 of Article 2, which sentence shall read as follows. Further, in the event of future vacancies on the Finance Committee, the Selectmen shall appoint those individuals currently serving on the Capital Improvement Committee in order of their seniority on that committee to vacancies in said Finance Committee, if those individuals accept such appointment at the time it is first offered.
An amendment to the motion is as follows, that the town vote to amend the main motion under the under Article 16 by inserting a further sentence to the proposed new paragraph within Section 4 of Article 2, which sentence shall read as follows. Further, in the event of future vacancies on the Finance Committee, the Selectmen shall appoint those individuals currently serving on the Capital Improvement Committee in order of their seniority on that committee to vacancies in said Finance Committee if those individuals accept such appointment at the time it is first offered. We'll have some discussion on the amendment to the motion now, to add that sentence. Mr. Johnson.
So this is intended to carry out the very suggestion that the selectman previously just mentioned, that should there become vacancies on the FinCom and this article is passed, then the current sitting members of my committee would have some preference in filling those vacancies. The language itself was worked out in working with the town council, who, by the way, neither supports nor rejects this. It's just he helped us work out the language. So we hopefully we ask that you pass this amended article.
Any other vote care to be heard on the amendment to the motion to add that additional sentence? Mr. Correa.
Al Correa, Precinct 5. I'll be quick. This amendment just goes against everything that we've done as a committee, as a town meeting. You've got the selectmen telling us they're going to give preference. We don't trust them. We shouldn't have voted for them. I'll go with their word that if they're saying they're going to give preference, that they will. They've always lived up to their word, especially here. You only get to fib to town meeting. You can be economical with the truth once, and then you'll never trust them again. So I don't see the point of saying, sorry, Brian, Bill, Willie, we don't trust you. We're going to force you to live up to what you just said. I urge you to vote down this amendment. This is not Milford.
Any other vote care to be heard on the amendment to the motion? If not, the question comes upon the amendment to the motion, which is to add the further sentence as follows. In the event of future vacancies on the Finance Committee, the Selectmen shall appoint those individuals currently serving on the Capital Improvement Committee in order of their seniority on that committee to vacancies in said Finance Committee if those individuals accept such appointment at the time it is first offered. All those in favor of the amendment to the motion manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. The amendment is defeated. Does any voter care to be heard on the motion as originally presented? Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti, town meeting member from Precinct 8. As the previous speaker had already indicated, an attempt was made in the past to abolish the CIC. It was overwhelmingly defeated by this body, and rightly so. The Capital Improvement Committee and the Finance Committee have two completely different functions, as indicated in our bylaws. If we eliminate the Capital Improvement Committee, the last vestiges of any checks and balances in our town government will be gone forever. For some reason, with all due respect, your Board of Selectmen refuse to fully staff the Capital Improvement Committee. They are operating on a skeleton crew. However, they are quick to criticize the Capital Improvement Committee when they are a little bit late with their reports, or allegedly a little bit late and incomplete with their reports. We don't know that to be factual. The Capital Improvement Committee should be fully staffed. On the other side of the coin, you have an overstaffed Finance Committee who apparently has so much free time on their hands, they have elected to initiate a hostile takeover of the duties of another committee. some reason they feel the need to venture outside the confines of the bylaws that dictate how they should operate. This should be stopped immediately. The Board of Selectmen should fully staff the Capital Improvement Committee immediately, if not sooner, so they have a fighting chance to perform in accordance with the bylaws, if they are not already doing that. And we don't know for sure if they are not already doing that. There are several different schools of thought on whether or not they are performing. If, as is alleged, they are not performing, if you have a factory and your workers are not performing up to par, you don't close the factory down, you retrain your workers or you replace them. Let's not close the factory down. Let's either retrain the CIC members or replace them, but let's not close it down. What committee or board will be the next target for the Finance Committee? Has to stop somewhere. Let them do the job in accordance and within the confines of our bylaws that dictate how they should operate. It says nothing about taking over the duties of another committee just because someone thinks the other committee is not doing a good enough job. Would the planning board like to take over the duties of the Finance Committee because they do not like the recommendations that the Finance Committee gives on certain articles? I don't think so. So, once again, let's not close the factory down. Please vote no on this article. We have a bunch of hard-working Milfordians on the Capital Improvement Committee, and they should remain intact. The committee should be fully staffed immediately so they can do their job. Please, vote no on this article. Thank you. Oh, well,
Any other,
I'm sorry, that's it. Thank you.
any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Buckley first.
I thought Attorney Murray did a good job in explaining what the consensus of the Board of Selectmen is. I don't think we're talking about hostile takeovers, staging coups, and I don't think any tanks will be rolling up to the town hall steps anytime soon. This is simply an effort to focus department heads in a direction that allows them to go to one-stop shopping. It is more efficient. The FinCom has been doing an outstanding job with capital projections and outlaying that. There's no effort by the FinCom. This was actually brought forward by the Board of Selectmen. FinCom are co-sponsors, secondary to that, but it was the Board of Selectmen who brought this forward. And this is a case where the Board of Selectmen are unanimous on this. And for what it's worth, the amendment that was attempted a few minutes ago accurately reflected what the Board of Selectmen said. But that said, that's passed. I'd urge support of this article. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Abisla? Member from Precinct 3.
Hi, my name is Russ Abisla from Precinct 3, and I'm the Vice Chairman of the Capital Improvement Committee. Obviously, I urge you to defeat this article, and let me tell you why. The Finance Committee looks at the finances of the town. The Capital Improvement Committee looks at the capital improvements for the town. There's a limit that was approved by this body the last time that we changed the bylaw a few years, I believe it was last year, so that we only look at any capital improvements over $20,000. Anything below that, we do not consider. We go through a rigorous process of talking to the department heads and working with the department heads. We gather a 5-year plan, where possible a 10-year plan, or in some reflection, a 15 or a 20-year plan. For example, if there's a new roof that's put on a building, we want them to put down in the margins that they're going to have to look at a new roof in maybe 20, 25 years. Now, that's not part of the 5-year plan, but it's something that's going to be coming down the pike. The windows, the doors, the fire department doors. We look at all of that. We go through a rigorous procedure by looking at the information. We don't look at capital improvement projects the same way the FinCon does. They look at it, how it's going to finance. We look at it, if you consider building a house, they look at it from the appraiser's point of view. Can we afford it? Where are we going to get the money? We look at it from the sort of the building perspective. What do I need to do first? Do I need to have a roof? Do I need to have new windows? Do I need to have new pipes? Well, if a pipe breaks, we look at it and we say you need to have the pipe break fixed before you can put on the new roof. So sometimes our report is presented on the seat rather than as part of the regular packet that you receive, because we have those meetings with the department heads to gather the information to give a report to you, town meeting. Now, one of the other speakers had mentioned, excuse me, I have allergies, that we have been working with the department heads. The department heads had to go to a couple of different meetings. So what we've done as a capital improvement committee, work together with the finance subcommittee, capital improvement committee, so that the department heads can go to the one meeting, we work together with them, try and gather all the information. We have a caveat that if we don't have enough information, we reserve the right to request the department head to come back and give us more information. Now, we try and streamline that process as much as possible. And Mr. Correa, as chairman of the subcommittee, has done a very good job of working with us to keep that process going. Now, one of the other items that had been mentioned is that there had been a review and reports that are not applicable to what people believe the CIC should be. Now, we try and, again, look at the capital improvements, not really the finances. The finance committee told us, figure you have $1 million, okay, here's how you can spend it, here's how we evaluate it. That's why we have those recommendations, to give you a recommendation of whether it can be supported now or it should be supported later. For example, with the police department steps, that was supposed to be in the fall. It came up in the spring, but if it came up in the fall, that means that it was going to be next year in 2017 that they were going to be able to fix the stairs. That's not something that needed to be done right away, which was reflected in our report. Another item was a discussion with a meeting that was held last August, and there was a memo sent by the Finance Committee about the results of that meeting, and I quote from that memo. After some discussion, it was agreed by all that the process would be streamlined if the chairman of the CIC would attend all the Finance Committee's long-term capital planning subcommittee meetings, which we're doing. This will give the CIC and the FinCom and all department heads one meeting to discuss capital needs and give both groups the opportunity to ask pertinent questions in order for both to make recommendations to town meeting. We agreed to try this for 1 year and view the results after the annual town meeting in May 2016. Well, here we are, May 2016, but we're already trying to get rid of the CIC even before we've gone through that whole process that we've agreed to. I urge you to defeat this. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Mr. Shane.
Ladies and gentlemen, the attempt here is not a hostile takeover. It wasn't a hostile takeover back in 2012. The Finance Committee, I don't think we have very much free time, and we don't make a lot of money. Next year it'll be in the budget, though. We'll double our salary, right. Here's the issue. I've been on the Finance Committee 23 years. We've been trying to work with the CIC for 23 years. The objective of the CIC is to evaluate capital projects when they come forward and report to the Finance Committee what they feel is important for us to fund. That would be great, except that their report always ends up after we go through the warrant and fund the articles. It got to the point where we had to do the due diligence to understand what the capital projects were so we can accurately fund them and report to this town meeting what our recommendations were. The CIC says that they do a good job, but if you recall, when we discussed the $56 million Woodland project, the Capital Improvement Committee said it wasn't within their purview, which makes absolutely no sense to me. So the FinCom decided that we needed to do the due diligence, and I believe we've done that over the last 5 or 6 years, and I recommend you support this article. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Mr. Johnson.
So I didn't want to speak about this anymore. My colleague, I think, summed it up very nicely. But there's a sins of a father issue going on here that just cannot be left because nobody seems to be standing up for us. And that seems to make us look like we're the aggressive party here. That's not our intention. We're trying to work with everybody. We've been doing it very successfully this cycle. We, in fact, held no separate meetings. So the one old argument that we're going to somehow streamline the process, well, if we're consolidating our meeting efforts, then there's no additional efforts. You're not going to save anything. Our membership serves without compensation, so you're not going to save any money for the town. Cutting our salary, which doubled or cut in half, is the same number. So you know, the reports that are you know, that we give to you all are for you guys. It's for this body. The previous speaker, you know, mischaracterized that. If you look at our town's bylaw, even before the changes we made, this body we made last year, the report that we that we work on is for you, not anybody else. And we get it to you as soon as humanly possible, even if that means we got to work right before this meeting to wrap up any business and give you that cheat sheet. So they may not call it a hostile takeover, but that's a matter of perspective. They say they've got a subcommittee that's doing essentially the same job. That's their perspective. And the way state laws work, they're actually allowed to organize themselves however they want, hence all their subcommittees. That's fine. We do the same thing. So if they feel they need a capital planning subcommittee to give them extra information beyond what we can give them, or on a different timeline, or access to the numbers they already have, that's fine. They can do that. This bylaw tweak, this amendment that we're talking about, this article, does not actually impinge on their ability to organize themselves however they want. It doesn't save the town any money, and it won't save the department heads any effort as long as they file their paperwork and their capital improvements in a timely fashion with as much detail as they want us to help promote those same projects. So once again, we urge from the Capital Improvement Committee that we defeat this article. And if you really, really feel like you want to look at it again, the agreement, as my colleague pointed out, is to look at all this stuff after this town meeting. We can certainly revisit it again. We've done it before. We can do it again. Thank you, and I urge your defeat.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented, which is that the town vote to delete the provisions of Article 18 of the general bylaws entitled Capital Improvement Committee, and at the same time amend Article 2 of said bylaws entitled Finance Committee by inserting a new paragraph within Section 4 thereof, which paragraph shall state as follows: the Finance Committee shall have a permanent subcommittee on capital improvements, which subcommittee shall evaluate the capital needs of town and its various departments and shall report and recommend thereon to the full Finance Committee. All those in favor of the motion manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. I'm in doubt. All those in favor, rise, remain standing until counted by the monitors. Okay. All those opposed will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. Precinct 1 reports 10 in favor, 5 opposed. Precinct 2. Precinct 2, 12 in favor, 6 opposed. Precinct 3. 11 in favor, 6 opposed in Precinct 3. Precinct 4. Precinct 4, 4 in favor, 14 opposed. Precinct 5. Precinct 5, 25 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 6. Precinct 6, 19 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 7. 16 in favor, 6 opposed. Precinct 8. 11 in favor, 4 opposed. At large. At large, 7 in favor, none opposed. I'm sorry, 11 in favor. 7 come 11. <clears throat> 119 having voted in the affirmative, 46 in the negative. The motion is carried. Article 17. Mr. Rhodes.
I move that the town vote to amend Article 27 of the general bylaws of the town by striking the first 2 sentences of the subsection A and replacing said sentences with the following: that commission shall consist of 9 members, all of whom shall be appointed initially by the Board of Selectmen. Membership preference shall be given to persons with disabilities. The remaining members shall be parents, friends, or other persons with expertise regarding persons with disabilities.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to amend Article 27 of the general bylaws of the town by striking the first 2 sentences of subsection A and replacing said sentences with the following: the commission shall consist of 9 members, all of whom shall be appointed initially by the Board of Selectmen. Membership preference shall be given to persons with disabilities. The remaining members shall be parents, friends, or other persons with expertise regarding persons with disabilities. Finance Committee recommendation?
Refer to sponsor.
Refer to sponsor. You're the sponsor, Mr. Rhodes.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, ladies and gentlemen. Article 17 is sponsored by the Milford Commission on Disability. If enacted, the base of persons who are qualified to serve on the Commission on Disability will increase to allow more parents, friends, and other persons with expertise regarding persons with disabilities to be able to serve on the Commission. On behalf of the Commission on Disability, I request your support. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes. Mrs. Abisla.
Stephanie Abisla, Precinct 3. While I don't have any particular problem overall, I do have a wording problem, and that is I would like to make a motion to amend Article 17 by striking the last sentence. Currently reads, the remaining members shall be parents, friends, or other persons with expertise regarding persons with disabilities, and replacing that with, the remaining members shall be persons with specific interests or expertise regarding persons with disabilities, because I feel otherwise it's putting in the bylaws as a nepotism. Thank you.
The amendment to the motion is as follows. By striking the last sentence, which is the remaining members shall be parents, friends, or other persons with expertise regarding persons with disabilities, with the following: the remaining members shall be persons with specific interests or expertise regarding persons with disabilities. Any vote care to be heard on the amendment to the motion?
I'll just make a quick note. Putting in parents, families, and friends just seems to be a little bit of nepotism, whereas if we just said specific interests, it allows us to be very specific in choosing family and friends, but I don't think it should be in the law. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard on the amendment to the motion? If not, the question comes upon the amendment to the motion. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. The amendment to the motion is carried. We now will have a discussion on the motion as amended, which would be that the commission shall consist of 9 members, all of whom shall be appointed initially by the Board of Selectmen. Membership preference shall be given to persons with disabilities. The remaining members shall be persons with specific interests or expertise regarding persons with disabilities. Any vote care to be heard on the motion as amended? If not, the question comes upon the motion as amended. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Article 18. Selectman Buckley.
Town meeting members, Mr. Moderator, thank you. I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $10,000 from the excess and deficiencies account, said sum to be added to the finance director's budget for fiscal 2016, account number 135-5110.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $10,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be added to the finance director's budget for fiscal year 2016, account number 135-5110. Finance committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article seeks $10,000 to fund the salary of the finance director for fiscal 2016. The town, through legislation, created the municipal finance department and appointed a finance director with a contract salary in 2016. This article will allow the town to compensate the finance director per his contract and per his additional duties and responsibilities. I'd urge your support. Thank you very much.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 19. Yes. Mr. Crisafulli.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $150,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent on the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the purpose of Louisa Lake rehabilitation and maintenance.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $150,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the purpose of Louisa Lake rehabilitation and maintenance. Finance committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Mr. Crisafulli.
Thank you. Louisa Lake is 30 years old, believe it or not. We had a recent dam inspection which listed numerous deficiencies that must be addressed. Most of the deficiencies are minor work. The highway department can do them, but a lot of the other work has to be done by a qualified contractor. The $150,000 is the first half of a two-part plan to do the maintenance. The maintenance work needs to be done before the next inspection. I ask for your support on this article.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 20. Town Council Moody.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to amend Section 2.3 Use Regulation Schedule of the zoning bylaw relating to retail uses by special permit within the OR Office Residential District by adopting the following. Section 2.3 Use Regulation Schedule, Activity Use, RARB, RD, OR, BP, CA, CB, CC, IA, IBIC, Commercial Uses, Retail Service with a footnote 1, zeros across the first four, allowed by special permit with a footnote 27 in the OR district, BP 0, and Ps across the board, CA through IC. And footnote 27, provided the special permit granting authority finds that such uses are being proposed within existing conforming non-residential structures, are consistent with the historic development patterns in the immediate neighborhood, and can provide adequate off-street parking.
Motion made and second, the town vote to amend Section 2.3 Use Regulation Schedule of the zoning bylaw relating to retail uses by special permit within the OR Office Residential District by adopting the new regulation under 2.3 on commercial uses. Does the planning board have a report? Mr. Kennelly.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 5, the Planning Board conducted a duly posted and noticed public hearing on April 19, 2016, regarding the subject of Article 20, at which time it voted unanimously to make a favorable recommendation to town meeting. Article 20 is an application of 5 Water Street LLC to amend Section 2.3 Use Regulation Schedule of the zoning bylaw related to retail uses by special permit within the OR Office Residential District.
Is there any other vote that care to be heard? Attorney Pettinari.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, my name's Ernie Pettinari. I'm a lawyer here in the town of Milford. I was here about a year ago on behalf of Fred Carnero and his wife, Lisa Braza Carnero, the owners and operators of the Water Street Meat Market. They own the property at 3 Water Street and they own the property at 5 Water Street. And but for an anomaly in the zoning bylaw, their use of 5 Water Street is no longer available to them because they are not zoned for retail purposes. The purpose of this bylaw for this particular property and maybe a few others in the town of Milford would be to redress that anomaly and allow the town by special permit to authorize the retail use in that district. What they are looking to do specifically is use 5 Water Street in connection with its operation at 3 Water Street. You heard me last year, they've got a major commitment of time and effort and capital in the property. They've done a really nice job there, and they just seek to use 5 Water Street, subject to the approval of the zoning board, of course, but they need your blessing first. So I'm asking, please vote favorably on this article.
Any other vote that care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented, which is an amendment to our zoning bylaw. It requires a 2/3 vote. Since no one has spoken in opposition, I'll take a voice vote. If that is not unanimous, the individual precincts will be polled. Again, I'm not trying to affect the way you're voting, just to see if we can speed the meeting along. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 21. You're going to have to read everything here.
I move that the town vote to amend Article 3 of the zoning bylaw by deleting Section 3.9 sign regulations in its entirety, inserting in lieu thereof the following new Section 3.9.
Motion made to waive the reading of the remainder of the motion if it's exactly as appears in the warrant. Is it?
It most certainly
It is.
is.
No changes have been made.
No. Even every comma.
Does any vote care to be heard on the motion to waive the reading? If not, the question comes upon the motion to waive the reading. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried. Finance Committee doesn't have a recommendation.
Refer to sponsor, Mr. Moderator.
Refer to sponsor, yes. Okay, you're the sponsor.
Pursuant to Mass General Law, Chapter 48, Section 5, the Milford Planning Board conducted a duly posted and noticed public hearing on April 19, 2016, regarding the subject of Article 21, at which time it voted unanimously to make a favorable recommendation to town meeting. Article 21 is a joint application by the Planning Board and Board of Selectmen to amend Article 3 of the zoning bylaw by adopting a comprehensive revision of Section 3.9 sign regulations. The Planning Board recommends the adoption of Article 21 as printed in the warrant. As you saw in in our letter mailed with the warrant, our original proposal for a simple revision to the sign section of the zoning bylaw was slightly complicated by last year's U.S. Supreme Court decision requiring strict content neutrality in all aspects of sign regulation. The upshot of that decision has been that we must focus only on a sign's physical characteristics and not at all on its message. To break our old habit of automatically thinking of a message on signs, we first established new definitions to clarify what actually constitutes a sign. For example, official traffic control devices will no longer be considered a sign for zoning purposes. This includes street lights, speed limit, stop and yield signs, street names, markers, etc. Second, we clarified sign location or placement to prevent anything other than those official traffic control devices from being installed within the right-of-way of streets and highways. Signs may be installed on lots or parcels, but not in streets. This will improve safety and reduce sign clutter. And finally, we addressed the physical characteristics of signs, including their type, size, height, lighting, motion, duration, etc. In this regard, the new regulations are in many ways similar to the current regulations. One noticeable improvement, however, is the provision for temporary signs for one-time events. These signs will be in addition to the permanent sign allocation for a property and range from 1 to 4 temporary signs depending upon the season of the year. It is of no small consequence that the Board of Selectmen is co-sponsoring this article, and we thank them for their support. We have invested many months of work to offer this comprehensive amendment to the signs section that is in this line within the U.S. Supreme Court decision. The Planning Board urges your adoption of Article 21 as printed in the warrant. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented, which is an amendment to the zoning bylaw. It requires a two-thirds vote. Again, no one having spoken in opposition, I'll take a voice vote. If that is not unanimous, the individual precincts will be polled. All those in favor of the motion manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 22. Motion made and seconded that we pass over Article 22. A motion to pass over is debatable, and it's an attempt not to take any action on the article that was inserted in the warrant. Does any voter care to be heard on the motion to pass over Article 22? If not, the question comes upon the motion to pass over Article 22. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Article 22 is passed over. Article 23.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be utilized for purposes of contracting with the Metro West Regional Transportation Authority for purposes of providing a fixed-loop public transportation service in Milford for FY 2017, together with any funds received by the town in the form of grants or gifts for the purpose of funding said contract and providing such services, and to authorize the town to accept and expend any such grants.
Motion has been made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be utilized for purposes of contracting with the Metro West Regional Transportation Authority for purposes of providing a fixed-loop public transportation service in Milford for fiscal year 2017, together with any funds received by the town in the form of grants or gifts for purposes of funding said contracts and providing such services, and to authorize the town to accept and expend any such grants. Does the Finance Committee have a recommendation? Favorable. Okay. Recommendation? Okay, all right. What is your recommendation?
Sorry, ladies and gentlemen. At its meeting on April 27, 2016, the Finance Committee considered Article 23 and voted favorable action. At the next meeting on May 11, 2016, a motion to reconsider was presented, was approved, and an additional vote was taken. After that meeting, it was determined that the open meeting law with respect to this action was not complied with. Therefore, the initial favorable vote of the Finance Committee stands. Thank you.
Mr. Murray?
Ladies and gentlemen, by way of background, this involves a regional transit authority. These were established in the year 2007, authorized by the Commonwealth in an attempt to try to encourage public transportation throughout different areas. Several transit authorities exist throughout the Commonwealth of Massachusetts, and generally they serve a number of towns. The Metro West Regional Transit Authority serves, I think, about 15 communities in the Metro West area, and primarily they get funded on the communities who get assessed by the state that have MBTA stops either within their border or within the town next door. For several years from that time, the MWRTA sought to involve Milford as part of their association. The problem that we saw as a Board of Selectmen going back that far was that Milford did not have an MBTA stop either within its border or in a neighboring town. Any T-stops are at least 2 towns over. So we would not get the benefit of that MBTA assessment going towards the funding of the association. Essentially, $1 would have to come from the town's budget. That was the position of the board for several years. In 2012, we again reviewed it with MWRTA and elected not to proceed further. There was a single bus service, which actually is what exists right now, comes into Milford in the morning, and then leaves at the end of the day. There's one trip back and forth, the morning and evening into Framingham, and that's the way it has been. In 2014, the Commission on Disability looked closer at this issue and also partnered with the Milford Regional Medical Center to encourage the Board of Selectmen to look closer at this public transportation model. Given the fact that the Milford Regional Medical Center is expanding, is really the hub, I think, of medical services for southern central Massachusetts and is the town's largest employer, to me, that gave me pause that we ought to look at this proposal and we ought to look at it closely. So we did that in the past year, working with representatives of the MWRTA to see what we could do to bring public transportation to the town of Milford. Essentially, and I'm sure lots of folks have heard of this in the press and maybe attended some of the public hearings, but essentially we're looking at a fixed route system, possibly 15 to 20 locations at this point. And just to give people an idea as to the kinds of locations that we're considering, because there is no route right now. I cannot stand in front of you and say the bus is going to start here and go to that building and go to that building. We're essentially looking to put together the travel route that makes sense for the residents, that makes sense for the town, and also is doable within the confines of MWRTA. And should this article receive a positive vote, that would be the next step to detail that route. But some of the locations that the town is thinking about are places like Birmingham Court, the Groves, Rolling Green, Hannaford's, Coles, the courthouse, the police station, the post office, Milford Regional Medical Center, and there are 11, I believe, potential Tri-County Medical Associates locations throughout the community that would certainly be examined as possible stops. The plan is to run the service 13 hours a day and 5 days a week. The cost. Now, the cost is something that we've been discussing with the MWRTA since day one, and the number that was given to us was $250,000 for that service. So, to achieve that number, the town has done a few steps. The first one was through the Commission on Disability. There was a grant application with CHNA, the Community Health Network, which is an outgrowth of the development and expansion of Milford Regional Medical Center. And CHNA awarded the town $75,000 to offset the cost of this bus service. That's a one-time, one-year grant, and the grant is available for 3 years. So if this service proves successful and it's something that the town wishes to continue, we could reapply next year, and there would be another $75,000 that we could apply for. Most recently, and today, as a matter of fact, and through the, I think, excellent work of our state representative, we received correspondence from the administrator of Metro West Regional Transit. The way the MWRTA gets funded is twofold. One, they achieve the assessment money that I talked to you about, so money that would go to the MBTA for a certain community. If they're part of this organization, it goes to the MWRTA instead of the state and the MBTA. And the second way the MWRTA gets funded, or I guess any of the RTAs gets funded, is through what they call state contract assistance. So essentially the state comes in and finances the other half of what a town's assessment might be. Now, Representative Fernandez has been working with us on this since day one and was keyed into this particular formula and worked very closely through the budget process with Senator Karen Spilka, who I believe chairs Ways and Means, to get MWRTA the funding source on the state contract assistance increased. So that has happened, and I'll just read briefly from the correspondence that we got today from MWRTA. Through the hard work of the Metro West Legislative Delegation, the MWRTA appears to be receiving an increase in state contract assistance for FY17. As a result of their effort, the MWRTA anticipates that the authority will be able to offset half of the estimated cost of the first year of service to Milford, or approximately $125,000 of the $250,000 estimated net cost of service. So, you know, this, I can't emphasize enough the dedication, the tenacity that John Fernandez put in on this to bring it to this level and get this kind of a financial commitment. He also has, along with Senator Ryan Fatman, an earmark in the budget of $75,000 to try to offset this cost. The earmark, I think, is probably, I don't want to say less. The degree of success on the earmark is probably less probable than the increase in the state contract assistance. So the Board of Selectmen this evening, upon notification of this, voted to change this article to request the $50,000, which we believe will be the exposure to pilot this program. We are members of the MWRTA, but the consensus on the board is that we would be entering into a memorandum of agreement with the organization so that if at any time we wanted to discontinue the service, discontinue whatever payments are to the RTA, there would be 30-day notice, and it stops. We also examined, through the efforts of Harold and the Commission on Disability, alternatives, whether or not the town could fund this itself, be its own bus service. The cost was much higher. True, you would probably get a little bit more control over the entire operation, but with control comes responsibility, and that means added personnel, added staff, added resources. When you bring staff on, you're also talking about benefits, and those kinds of entanglements are a bit more difficult than simply a 30-day opt-out agreement. In addition, to be quite frank, we don't really know a whole lot about running a bus service. So we go to a vendor that does. We go to an organization set up by the state. This is what they're doing, and we rely on their expertise and the experience that they have in this field. It is to be a pilot program. We're not married to this thing forever and ever. The chairman of the board has suggested a review committee to be filled by residents, and I hope many of you would be interested and submit your names. We consider that committee essential to review the operation, find out what's working, what isn't, what needs to be improved. We also, I think, need to commit to a review process by the Board of Selectmen, because ultimately it's our board that's held accountable to you people, to all the taxpayers of the town of Milford. I think 60 days is a reasonable time period, but the board needs to discuss that and have a vote on it, and review it during those time periods to see what the ridership is, what the effectiveness is, and whether or not it wants to be continued. Now, I know there are a lot of people that want to speak on this, and I look forward to that debate. There are a couple of pieces of correspondence that I would like to quote briefly from that I think are quite important. This one came to me last September. It is my opinion that the benefits of a fixed route bus service for 5 days a week would greatly enhance the quality of life and access to health care, benefiting our patients, our employees, and all residents of Milford. There are approximately 372,000 ambulatory visits annually to Milford Regional Medical Center. Dana-Farber Brigham and Women's Cancer Center has 1,300 visits per month, and another 220 visits per month to the Brigham and Women's Radiation Oncology. Results from a recent community health survey conducted indicate that of 1,013 responding to the survey, 48% of whom live in Milford, 77% reported a lack of affordable public transportation was a barrier to accessing services. This is written by Frank Saber, then CEO of Milford Regional Medical Center. So to me, as an elected member of the Board of Selectmen, when you get that kind of correspondence from the Milford Regional Medical Center, which is providing wonderful services to the community and beyond, and also, I think, the economic engine of this town for years to come, we've got to pay attention to it. And I think we've got to take steps to try to rectify what they're looking at. My hope is a bus route would remove lack of transportation from the employment equation, would provide our elderly and a continuing sense of independence, provide our families without a car or reliable transportation with a means to get around town for work, medical, and shopping. A survey was conducted among the residents, and while 63% of the respondents owned a vehicle, a whopping 93% stated they would use the bus. That's Patricia Morrill, Executive Director of the Milford Housing Authority. The Milford School Department has weighed in on it. It is the position of the Milford School Department that a bus service would afford Milford residents who do not have transportation or access to transportation the opportunity to attend school functions. And students who need to work after school could also benefit from this service. This seems like a terrific opportunity for the town of Milford and for residents to fully access the great array of resources and commerce in our community. Robert Tremblay, Superintendent of Milford Schools. The opportunities and benefits of a bus route to our department would be great for those veterans who apply for benefits and who are employable but do not have transportation to seek a job and remove themselves from our roles. John Pillar, our veterans agent. So clearly there is some, I think, significant support for this article. Is it going to solve all of the transportation issues that we might have in the town? No. Do we have all the answers to the questions that might be there? No. But it's a step in the right direction. We're going to try to make things a little bit better for those who need it. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Mr. Visconti.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Ladies and gentlemen, my name is Mike Visconti, town meeting member from Precinct 8. The concept of a bus route service through Milford on the surface seems very appealing. And if you're looking forward to watching our seniors, our physically challenged, and our mentally challenged residents trek 3/4 of a mile and more to the closest bus stop, then you should vote in favor of this article. If you're looking forward to seeing our seniors, our physically challenged residents, and our mentally challenged residents wait outside for an hour and a half once they reach the bus stop for the bus to come by, then you should vote in favor of this article. If you're looking forward to watching all of this occur in sub-freezing weather with snow flying, then you should vote in favor of this article. And if you're looking forward and willing to pay thousands of dollars for the privilege of doing all this, then you should vote in favor of this article. Thank you. Mr. Moderator, I move that when this vote is taken, that it be done by a roll call vote.
Motion made by Mr. Visconti is that when we vote on the motion, we do it by roll call. A roll call vote is done in each precinct. Each person's name is read, and then they indicate whether they're voting yes or no or abstaining in this case, in the roll call. So question now is, when we take the vote, do you want to do it by roll call? Anyone want to discuss that method of voting? Yes. Why do you want roll call, Mr. Visconti?
Ladies and gentlemen, this is a very, very important vote to be taken tonight. It has the potential for changing the entire character of this town. It is very important that the people who elected you to represent them know exactly who is spending their money and on what, and whether it's reasonable or unreasonable. Please support this road call vote. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard on the method of voting, which is by roll call? If not, the question comes upon establishing the method of voting on this particular motion by roll call. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. No. Motion is defeated. Any other voter care to be heard on the, Mr. Heller, Dr. Heller?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. I'm Dr. Hell of Precinct 1. I'm in favor of this article, and I think it's great that the figures dropped down. Selectman Murray took a little thunder away, but the thing is that this is for the first year. But just to give you, I played with some numbers. Math isn't my strong suit, but if we're voting for $250,000, you're talking about 0.26% of our total town budget of $94 million. For a one-year trial, and actually I think we ought to probably, it's not the point now, but I would think that it needs to be actually initially 2 years, because I think it's going to take at least 6 to 9, maybe 12 months to work all the bugs out. I had an individual that I was talking to, has a young daughter who has some disability situations, and said that this would be fantastic for her. She would be able to hopefully walk and get a bus and get her to a job, get her downtown, go to doctor's offices and what have you. And I see this as a positive. One individual said, well, gee, they're going to be out in the inclement weather. Well, they came up with this wonderful object called an umbrella. And you go into New York, you go into Boston, into the major metropolitans. Not every bus stop has a cover. In the major downtown areas, yes. But you go into the outlying areas of away from downtown Boston, and you wait in line. You have bus schedules which try to be on time. We all read about the MBTA and what their schedule problems are. There are things that happen. There's nothing that's on time. The other thing is, for our handicapped and people with major disabilities, we still have the senior bus and things where people can call and arrange for them to take them. This isn't an end-all for everybody, but I think it would be enhance Milford as a community. It might bring more people to consider Milford to come and move and live here, and I urge that you pass this article.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Arcudi.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. The selectmen ought to be commended for the amount of money that they got for the first year. Keep this in mind. We just incurred a 39% increase in the bonded indebtedness. That's Woodland, Youth Center, and we have to close the middle school. I bought a car once from a salesman. He said, you don't have to pay the first month, but you have to pay the next 72. This money that we're going to be getting as a grant is for 1 year. The meeting that I went to, held at the library with the Board of Selectmen there, was $250,000. Now, that's been downgraded, yes, but what happens in year 2, 3, 4, and 5? We have to talk about weather shelters. Selectman Buckley at that meeting proposed a committee to look into all of these situations. I agree with him. I'm not opposed to the article. Appoint a committee, answer all the questions, lay out the bus routes, lay out the financing, come back in the fall, and vote on it. With that, I vote to pass over the article. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? The gentleman in Precinct 8. Oh, Salcerino. Seats are a lot further back.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, my name is Sal Semino. I'm the guy that told you I would never be back here, and I have told you to do something for me. I didn't lie to you. I will simply tell you, if the moderator will let me, we took a try at Hopedale. It was nice. I missed the people in Milford. I'm back, but the real reason is two women in the same kitchen didn't work. So I'm back here, and I'm going to try again to get you people so that we don't fight each other. I was all ready to come here and give you a list of arguments why not to pass over. So I'm going to be short and sweet. It says here, if approved, the selectmen would create a committee to work at the details of how the system would run. Would be a pilot program. I know a lot of you aren't in your 80s, but in 1978, when I was your state representative, I put through a bill for a pilot program, and that bill passed with flying colors, simply by something that I learned in being in Stop and Shop. When we tried a new product, we didn't put it in 150 stores. We put it in 3. If it sold, we went to 6. So what I'm saying to you is what I call the anti-anti committee who wanted you to pass over this, okay? I think it's wrong. I think that I thought we were going to start off taping the selectmen's mouth. We're the best town in this area. It was done because we got along. Not because we're conservative, not because we're liberal, but because we're smart and careful. So I would like you to be smart, careful, and fair. It says here they will form a committee. As much as some people might not like this, and I'm not a lover of the anti-anti committee, but they have a right to be heard, just like we had tonight. They're going to form this committee. I don't think you have to change this article. I would ask the selectmen to get some of the people from the anti-anti committee to serve on that committee with us. Okay, because I happen to think it's right. And I do this because I think it would be dangerous. And what I'm going to tell you now, I'm not sure of. But if we take this away from that committee and let that committee do it, and the town owns it, and something goes wrong, we'll get sued. Let's put that responsibility on the people who know how to do this. It's going to be tried. We're going to have time to look at it. It makes a lot of sense. All I'm asking you to do is recognize the people that I don't like, put them on the committee, and maybe we can come up with something, and we can be smart and careful and fair. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Selectman Buckley.
This body over the years has done a great deal in making sure that we fund a variety of services for our young people, for our old people, for our senior citizens. They've been incredibly sensitive over the years to make sure that folks get a fair shake. When we look at what the senior center has to offer our elderly, when we look at what the youth center has to offer, when we look at the programs that the young people have, I think they're vastly superior than most of the surrounding towns around us, and I'd venture a guess that probably better when you compare everything all together. That said, we went from $250,000 in a pilot program to a grant that we reduced this to $175,000, and as recently as today, this board, unanimously, by the way, is before you asking for $50,000 to create this pilot program. I don't see how, with all of the funds that are coming from various state agencies and private agencies, this town couldn't adopt this program to try it for 1 year and create a pilot. As Brian talked about and the previous speaker talked about, it is our intention to form a committee to make sure that it represents a variety of different groups and different segments of our population. We did not want to pin down exactly every location, but Brian mentioned many of the obvious locations. I think this particular article satisfies and serves a great deal of our constituency. We've talked about the elderly, certainly. We've talked about handicapped, most certainly. We've not talked about some of the less privileged or people who are struggling to maintain a car and keep it on the road. I also think the young people of this community the early adopters. If you ever notice how young people can quickly assess whether something's working for them and not working for them and get from point A to point B, just give them an iPhone, they'll figure it out. But I think the young people will most certainly, when you look at, it was actually Bob Trembley's note to the Board of Selectmen that told me and reminded me how young people might get around with the bike racks that exist on the MWRTA buses. They can start off on a bike, ride to a bus stop, get to a job, and get home safely. I'd urge you to support this, if nothing else, to see to encourage the pilot program and to acknowledge how we've come from a $250,000 pilot program to a $50,000 one. Thank you for listening. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes. Mr. Schweim.
I want to make it perfectly clear to everyone in this room that everyone in this room, I'm sure, supports the concept of helping people in the town of Milford. I moved to the town of Milford in 1970, and it struck me why I live here is very simple. Milford has a good heart, always has, and always will. I want to commend the selectmen, our representatives, for all the great work they've done in bringing this concept before the town meeting. However, I want to look at it from a different perspective. I believe, as outlined, the needs of this community couldn't be met by 250,000, 50,000, 500,000, or even a million. My concept is that what you have here is eventually, within a 5 to 10 year period, assuming the town has overwhelming success in this area, a bus system very similar to the MBTA, which is many buses in many locations at many timely intervals, i.e. 5-10 minutes. Now that's something the town certainly could look at, and the goodness of this town at that time could make a reasoned vote on whether they want to spend that kind of money. So what I'm really saying is that this little $50,000 is interesting, and I applaud it, and I'd like to see myself if $50,000 gets you something, if $250,000 gets you something. Being the practical retiree that I am, I did a few phone calls. And as far as the elderly are concerned, there are no assisted living facilities in the town of Milford, of which there are 8 that I counted, 8 in this region, that don't provide free transportation to all their inpatients, all their residents. The senior center also does the same thing, perhaps could do an additional bus and solve that. So I guess the elderly and the handicapped could be serviced that way. But from a practical point of view, the idea that one bus, and it could be tried, and for $50,000, if that's all it's going to cost, it wouldn't bother me that much to spend that kind of money to find out what it does for $50,000. But I took my little car out on 1 o'clock in the afternoon, and I started at the Reliant Medical Group up on Route 140, and I went down 140, took a left at 16 at the hospital, drove down Route 16 all the way to Kmart, took a left at the Kmart light where Burger King is, you all know that, drove my car up past Target, rounded down past Stop and Shop, went by the bank, went by Tri-River Valley, and drove my car back up to Reliant. I made no stops. There was no traffic, so to speak, because it was 1 o'clock. I avoided the buses from the school department, and I avoided the rush hour traffic, which seems to be taken care of by the bus that's already in place at the center. It took me 38 minutes to make that trip, and I didn't stop anywhere. The only thing I stopped for was the lights, of which I think I hit 15 of them on the way. So, sure, I think $50,000 is very, very worthwhile. What if? And I applaud everybody and all the work that they've done to identify issues of problems of safety. But you and I all know that an effective public transportation system in a town of this size, with the demonstrated needs of a town of this size, is nowhere near 250. That's one bus going down Route 16. You all know that they couldn't get to the school, they couldn't get to the Rolling Greens, the Shadow Brooks, the senior centers, anywhere in this town in less than a couple hours per trip. That's my belief. So therefore, the only solution would be to meet the entire need of a community like ours. Many buses, many intervals, many stations. We'll vote on that sometime in the future. But for now, 50K is worth a test. We'll see. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Mr. Kincaid first.
Throughout this process, something that I think gets overlooked is if you think to yourself whether or not you are going to use this system. A lot of people seem to be concerned with how long it's going to take, the conditions, how long it's going to be for a walk to the bus stop. But what we have to think about is if you're either going to choose to use public transportation or you have no other option, you don't mind the walk, you don't mind the bike ride, you don't mind having to deal with the weather conditions. That's what we hear a lot of from, or what I've heard a lot from folks of our older generations, our students, our developmentally disabled. What they have said is, well, I don't care if it takes an hour to walk to a bus stop. At least from there, I can go somewhere. If not, I'm sitting at home. I can't relate to that. My wife and I will not be using this, I'm sure. At first, if you guys are good enough to vote for this pilot, I want to be on it. I want to make sure it's clean. I want to make sure the drivers are friendly, because this is also a customer service initiative. So those are the things that I want to get on this bus once in a while to do. Do I need it? No, I don't need it. But if you lack transportation, you don't care if it takes you half a day to get to Kohl's or not, because your other option is sitting at home and not going anywhere. And that's what we've heard from all sorts of people throughout the town. So that's just what I ask. And I often get beat up as the evil Republican. But this is something that, you know, this is just a lot of human interest, just, this is something that really affects folks. And if you don't have transportation, this is a great option. For all of us that have cars or multi-cars in a family, our life is not going to be affected. So I just ask you to just think of it from that point of view. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? Yes.
Hiya, my name's Adina Pirabickley. I'm from Precinct 2. I just have to say kudos. Fabulous. Thank you very much, because I say let ridership decide whether this is going to go through or not, because we are here to represent this town, not just us. And to represent this town, we have young youth. They are our future, and if we don't give them a chance to prove that, because we're going to keep them where they are, whoever we are, it's not fair. And this is a great town. It's booming. Why stagnate what we have? We do have Target. We do have places to go and places. We have retail stores, and we have a hospital, places for people to go. Let's provide them the transportation to get to these places. I think it's a kudos to you guys and Representative Fernandez. That's wonderful. And I think we are here to do a service to the people of this town, not just to ourselves. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? There's some people in the back that are not town meeting members that are raising their hand. Okay. Would you identify yourself, and then we'll decide whether you can talk to the meeting.
Yes, I'm Reverend Tony Lorenzen. I live on 11 Genoa Ave.
Okay. You're not a registered voter in the town of Milford? Yes, I have been since I moved to town. Okay, can we check that? Lorenzi. Anthony. Okay, sure.
Mr. Moderator, selectmen, town meeting members, new friends and neighbors in Milford. I've been here since August. My name is Tony Lorenzen. I'm the minister at Hopedale Unitarian Parish, where half our congregation lives in Milford. And I've been working with the Milford Area Humanitarian Coalition since I've been in town to get these buses rolling. And I'm honored to speak to you this evening to encourage you to approve that $50,000, which is wonderful to hear. It's all the way down to $50,000. And I'm going to ask you to approve that for one very simple reason, because of the simple truth that in the 21st century, in an industrialized democracy, a community providing public transportation for its people is just the right thing to do. It makes your community more livable. A previous speaker said, be careful of your vote, what this community will turn into. Yes, we get public transportation. We're going to be an even better community than we already are now. And it will grow, just like another speaker said. And we'll have more public transportation. We'll rely less on fossil fuels. And it's the right thing to do for the thousands of patients and the hundreds of employees at the hospital. It's the right thing to do for our elderly and our differently abled. It's the right thing to do for people who can't afford their own car. And maybe most importantly, it's the right thing to do, as we've already heard, for people who are not in the room. And frequently, it's really a hard responsibility to do the right thing for the people who don't have a voice, because they're often not seen, even though they're present. Doing the right thing is not always easy, but you know, doing the right thing really counts the most when it's not easy. I ask you to remember that asking for yes on your support, I ask you to remember that the answer to how we're going to fund it, how we're going to make it all work, the answer to that how is yes. We have the wherewithal, we have the resources, we have people working together. We will make it happen. And we'll do that because we're a great community and it's the right thing to do.
Any other vote care to be heard? The two ladies up there are, again, if you're not a registered voter in the town of Milford, please let me know. Okay, she's the president of the Greater Milford Chamber of Commerce. She is not a resident or registered voter of the town of Milford. She requires the unanimous consent to address the meeting. Is there any objection? Hearing no objection, you have the microphone for 30 seconds. No, I'm kidding.
Thank you, Board of Selectmen, Town Moderator, and everybody sitting in this room. This is not an easy decision, but as we've heard, it's the right decision to give it a try. We did poll all of our members. We did a survey, and they were hoping that it would pass and bring in more business to the local retail people. And as you know, sometimes our Main Street is a little slow with the even though it's traffic, we're looking for more traffic for people to come in, so to help the community. And we're hoping that for this amount of money that it is a pilot, and kudos to all the work the selectmen have done and everybody else involved in this, and we're hoping that you do support it. Thank you.
Motion has been made to move the question as an attempt to shut off debate. It requires a 2/3 vote. All those in favor of moving the question will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Yes. I'm sorry? This is a motion to move the previous question. We've had this... I missed it. I'm sorry. We continue debate on it. We now have a motion to move the previous question, which is an attempt to shut off debate. That's what's before us. All those in favor of moving the previous question will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. All those opposed to moving the previous question will rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. Precinct 1 reports 12 in favor, 3 opposed. Precinct 2. Precinct 2 reports 15 in favor, 4 opposed. Precinct 3. Precinct 3 reports 14 in favor, 3 opposed. Precinct 4. Precinct 4 reports 15 in favor, 2 opposed. 16. Precinct 5. Precinct 5 reports 28 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 6. Precinct 6 reports 13 in favor, 7 opposed. Precinct 7. Precinct 7 reports 14 in favor, 7 opposed. Precinct 8. 6 in favor, 4 opposed. At large? 8 in favor, 3 opposed at large. (126 to 34? 126, 34. 126 having voted in the affirmative, 34 in the negative. The necessary two-thirds has been acquired. The question now comes upon the motion before us, which is I didn't hear it, okay? That's, like the umpire makes a mistake, and I admitted, I didn't hear it. And it was rather early. If it was presented, it's too late now to pass over it. You're voting on it now, which is the transfer of the sum of $50,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be utilized for purposes of contracting with the Metro West Regional Transportation Authority for purposes of providing a fixed-loop public transportation service in Milford for fiscal year 2017, together with any funds received by the town in the form of grants or gifts for purposes of funding said contract and providing such services, and to authorize the town to accept and expend any such grants. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. No. Motion is carried. Just remind people that I know everybody's leaving, but, a procedural, there's such a thing as a reconsideration. With all those people that are leaving, just remind them, okay? Here for a specific purpose, all right. Okay, next article. Yes, Mr. Foley.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $125,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the purpose of stormwater mapping completion for compliance with the EPA stormwater permit.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $125,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the purpose of stormwater mapping completion for compliance with the EPA stormwater permit. Finance Committee have a recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Mr. Foley?
Thank you. This is the third and final article for our stormwater mapping project. The need for this article is for our continued stormwater compliance. When this project is complete, we will have an accurate map of the entire town's drainage system, including catch basin attributes, locations, connectivity, location of all outfalls, and location of all underground drainage pipes. The information is vital to future projects and overall maintenance and management of our drainage system. I ask for your support on this article.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 25. Selectman Kincaid.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $10,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the town administrator for the retainage of engineering consultants to assist with preliminary design, cost estimates, limited site investigations, and grant writing for the purpose of planning for and funding engineering projects for the town.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $10,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the town administrator for the retainage of engineering consultants to assist with preliminary design, cost estimates, limited site investigations, and grant writing for the purpose of planning for and funding engineering projects for the town. The Finance Committee have a recommendation.
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Selectman Kincaid.
Thank you. This article seeks the sum of $10,000 to be spent under the jurisdiction of the town administrator to retain engineering consultants to assist with preliminary design, cost estimates, limited site investigations, and grant writing for the purpose of planning for and funding engineering projects for the town. Passage of this article will allow the town a funding source for small studies, such as peer reviews, as well as to hire consulting services needed by the town engineer. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 26. Motion made and second. We pass over Article 26. Does any voter care to be heard on the motion to pass over? If not, the question comes upon the motion to pass over Article 26. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried. Article 27. Mr. Walsh.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $300,000 from the excess and deficiency account to be spent under the jurisdiction of the school committee for the purpose of building the network infrastructure at Brookside Elementary School, Memorial Elementary School, Stacy Middle School, the Milford High School. Said funds to represent the town's share with supplemental funds from the federal E-rate grant and to accept and expand funds from any such grant.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $300,000 from the excess and deficiency account to be spent under the jurisdiction of the school committee for the purpose of building the network infrastructure at Brookside Elementary School, Memorial Elementary School, Stacy Middle School, and Milford High School. Said funds to represent the town's share with supplemental funds from the federal E-rate grant and to accept and expend funds from any such grant. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Mr. Walsh. Yeah, favorable recommendation. Oh, all right. You want Mr. Tremblay to address the meeting? Mr. Tremblay, not being a resident of the town of Milford, requires unanimous consent. Since he's leaving us, we might as well have him address the town meeting for the last time. Come forward. Oh, I'm sorry, any objections? Okay.
Good evening. I'm not sure how long this microphone's going to last, so I'll try my best to. I'll be very brief. Good evening, and thank you, Mr. Moderator, for having the students perform this evening. I thought that was a nice touch. It's a very late night. Just to add qualifications to the article that's been presented, this basically is a supplement to a 60% reimbursement offered by the federal government. The federal E-rate program provides the funding for technology infrastructure. This proposal would allow the Milford schools to have technology that's uniform, consistent across all of the schools. Similarly, Woodland School, for example, being our flagship for technology, all schools will have the network fiber loop and have telephone communications that's reciprocal across all the schools. So it makes good sense for us to do this on 60 cents on the dollar from the federal government. Just wanted to provide some clarification on that. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 28. Mr. Chris Foley.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $150,748 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the design, bidding, construction of a stormwater treatment wetland. Such funds to be applied as a match to a Section 319 grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for a total project cost of $376,038, and to accept and expend funds for any such grant.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $150,748 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the design, bidding, and construction of a stormwater treatment wetland. Said funds to be applied as a match to a Section 319 grant from the Commonwealth of Massachusetts for a total project cost of $376,038, and to accept and expend funds from any such grant. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any voter? Mr. Chris Foley.
Thank you. The 319 grant is from the state and it's used to help fund stormwater management projects. We'll be using the grant to construct a wetland area at the corner of Dilla Street and Sumner Street for contaminant removal from surrounding drainage. The project will include a walking path around the wetland with informational kiosks and will be connected to the bike trail. The grant and future 319 grants are great help in funding the stormwater management compliance. I ask for your support on this article.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 29.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of highway surveyor for the purpose of Milford's share of the engineering costs affiliated with the Fisk Mill Bridge reconstruction project.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $50,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the highway surveyor for the purpose of Milford's share of the engineering cost affiliated with the Fisk Mill Bridge reconstruction project. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Any voter care to be heard? Mr. Chris Foley.
Thank you. The last state inspection of the bridge located on Fisk Mill Road at the Upton Town Line has determined that there are numerous defects to the bridge deck. The defects will have to be repaired in order to keep the bridge open for traffic. Milford has 50% ownership of the bridge and Upton owns the other half. $50,000 will be used for Milford's share of the engineering cost of the project. I ask for your support on this article.
Any voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 30. Selectman Buckley.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $4,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen for upgrading and replacing exterior lighting at the Milford Police Headquarters.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to transfer the sum of $4,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be spent under the jurisdiction of the Board of Selectmen for upgrading and replacement of exterior lighting at the Milford Police Headquarters. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Any voter? Mr. Buckley.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. Most of the money comes from a grant This article seeks $4,000 to update and replace the exterior lighting around the police station. The town received a grant for all but $6,400 of the money from National Grid. Given the town's first-year annual savings is $2,400, the net amount we're looking for in this article is $4,000. As the grant's available now, it's important to approve this article so that we complete the project within the grant timeline. I'd urge your support. Thank you very much.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 31. Motion made and seconded. We pass over Article 31. An attempt to take no action on the article is inserted in the warrant. Any vote care to be heard on the motion to pass over? If not, the question comes upon the motion to pass over Article 31. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried. Article 32. Yes. Mr. Leoch.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, Rudy Leoch III, Precinct 6, Sewer Commission Vice Chair. I move that the town vote to appropriate the sum of $5.2 million, said sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the Board of Sewer Commissioners for all aspects of a sludge handling facility. That said, of some total, $3.2 million shall be transferred from the Sewer Department's excess and deficiency account number 8350-5963, with remaining $2 million to be borrowed by the town treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, Chapter 343 of the Acts of 1906, as amended.
Motion made and seconded. The town vote to appropriate the sum of $5,200,000 said sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the Board of Sewer Commissioners for all aspects of a sludge handling facility, and that of said total sum, $3,200,000 shall be transferred from the Sewer Department excess and deficiency account number 8350-5963, with the remaining $2 million to be borrowed by the town treasurer with the approval of the Board of Selectmen pursuant to General Laws, Chapter 44, Section 7, Chapter 343 of the Acts of 1906, as amended, or any other law pertaining thereto. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Mr. Leoch.
The work of this contract consists of a construction of a sludge handling facility, including a masonry building with attached garage, 2 rotary drum sludge thickening systems, 5 rotary lobe pumps, a grit washer and classifier, odor control equipment, covers on existing sludge holding tanks, interconnecting pipes, electrical distribution equipment, instrumentation and control equipment, and associated parts of equipment. Currently, the Sewer Department is contracted with an off-site sludge hauler to transport the sludge to an incinerator in Woonsocket, Rhode Island. The proposed project will provide a reduction in the amount of water and an increase in solids that are being hauled off-site, which will reduce the number of trips for the sludge haulers. The facility will be separated from the existing main building and will be replacing equipment that is in excess of 30 years old. I ask for your support. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes, Mr. Shane.
Mr. Moderator, ladies and gentlemen, I'm sorry, but I have to amend the motion. The money is not coming out of the excess and deficiency account. It's coming out of the stabilization account from the Sewer Department.
Do we have an amendment to the motion?
Stabilization, it's a stabilization account. And that, no, it's coming out of the Sewer Department stabilization account. Right. But because excess and deficiency doesn't require a 2/3 vote, stabilization does.
Are you proposing,
yeah, change the...
well, I need something in writing. Substitute. Let's have a brief, no, stay in your seats. Back in session. There is no amendment being proposed by Mr. Shane, so does any other voter care to be heard on the motion as presented? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. Since it requires the borrowing of funds, it requires a two-thirds vote. Again, since no one has spoken in opposition, I'll take a voice vote. If that is not unanimous, the individual precincts will be polled. All those in favor of the motion manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 33.
Mr. Moderator, I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $120,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be utilized to offset any fiscal year 2016 deficit in the snow and ice account, with $20,100 of said sum to be added to the Highway Department fiscal year 2016 personal service account number 135-5110, and $99,900 of said sum to be added to the Highway Department General Expense Budget number 423-5300 for fiscal year 2016.
The motion made and seconded, the town vote to transfer the sum of $120,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be utilized to offset any fiscal year 2016 deficit in the snow and ice account, with $20,100 of said sum to be added to the Highway Department fiscal year 2016 personal service account number 135-5110, and $99,900 of said sum to be added to the Highway Department General Expense Budget number 423-5300 for fiscal year 2016. Finance Committee recommendation is?
Well, it's our article, so favorable.
Any member care to be heard?
So this money is to cover the money spent in deficit for the snow and ice removal of this past winter. So I urge your support. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. The motion is carried unanimously. Article 34. Mr. Brazel.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, Paul Braza, Precinct 3, Chairman of the Parks Commissioners. I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $45,000 from the excess and deficiency account, the sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the Board of the Park Commissioners for the purpose of purchasing a new truck to replace our 2001 year truck that we had to take out of service.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote to transfer the sum of $45,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the Board of Park Commissioners for purposes of purchasing a truck to replace a 2001 year model truck. Finance Committee recommendation?
That's favorable.
Favorable. Mr. Braza?
This truck was taken out of service. It wouldn't pass inspection and was extremely unsafe to drive. So we need a new one.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 35. Mr. Deluzio.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, I move that the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift purchase, take by eminent domain, or otherwise acquire a permanent easement on Assessors Map Sheet 6, Lot 6-0-8 for the purpose of providing a pedestrian connection from the Milford Upper Charles Trail to the town's conservation land and to the Walden Woods development, and further to authorize the selectmen to pay the cost and damages thereof. Said land to be taken or affected is shown on the plan entitled Trail Easement Plan of Land, Cedar Street, Route 85, dated 10/28/15 by G&H, a copy of which is on file in the Office of Planning and Engineering.
Motion made and seconded, the town vote to authorize the Board of Selectmen to acquire by gift purchase, take by eminent domain, or otherwise acquire a permanent easement on Assessors Map Sheet 6, Lot 6-0-8, for the purpose of providing a pedestrian connection from the Milford Upper Charles Trail to the town conservation land and to the Walden Woods development, and further to authorize the Selectmen to pay the cost and damages thereof. Said land to be taken or affected is shown plan entitled Total Easement Plan of Land, Cedar Street, Route 85, dated 10/28/15 by Gary and Howland, a copy of which is on file at the Office of Planning and Engineering.
Mr. Moderator, town meeting members, the Milford Upper Charles Trail is all about connections. People on the trail connecting with one another, connections to open spaces, and connections to neighborhoods along the trail. Therefore, it seemed reasonable to explore every opportunity to add connections to open space and neighborhoods wherever feasible. One such opportunity is the purpose of this article. In the spirit of full disclosure, I am a resident of the Walden Woods development. Having moved there about 4 years ago, it came to my attention that Walden Woods residents were utilizing an existing path on an undeveloped 4.9 acre lot on Route 85 owned by Stone Ridge Management to access the bike trail. Being familiar with the town-owned land surrounding Walden Woods, it became obvious that this path would also serve to connect the trail to the 303 acres of undeveloped town land, 185 acres of which are under conservation restriction. For these reasons, the Trail Committee decided to pursue the establishment of a permanent easement along the existing path on Lot 6-0-8. Just to orient you, and I don't know if I can speak at the microphone and do this at the same time. This is Lot 608. This line here is the easement connection. This red outline is all of the town undeveloped land, 303 acres, 185 of which are under conservation restrictions, and this is the Walden Woods development. This is a photo of the existing path that's on that lot. The location of the proposed easement does not impact the full development potential of the 4.9 acre parcel. A certified easement plan and easement deed has been forwarded to Stone Ridge Management LLC, who has taken the matter under advisement. The proposed easement has the support of the Trail Committee, the Conservation Commission, the Walden Woods Homeowners Association Board of Governors, and the Friends of the Trail, who funded the engineering and appraisal efforts. The proposed easement, if the easement is not gifted to the town, the $5,000 appraised value will be raised privately. Now is the time to act on this proposal before the lot is developed. I therefore urge you to support the article. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? Yes.
Jamie Wheelock from Precinct 5, and I got to say, it's a shame that they had to throw in the eminent domain aspect of this proposal. That seems most excessive. Sounds like maybe there's a deal to make it work, but I wouldn't support using eminent domain to get this easement right of way. I'm not going to vote for this proposal as it's currently written. That's all.
Yes.
Reno, can you just orientate us again, because I'm a little confused exactly where this easement is? And the other question I have is that, am I to conclude that eventually you're gonna have to have a crossing across 85 to access it? Because I'm not really clear on that plan, how your orientation and how you access it from Walden Woods. Can you just give a little more detail to that, Reno?
Mr. DeLuzio.
I'll address the last question first. We're also working with the Walden Woods Homeowners Association to develop on their property a defined sidewalk that crosses right across from that existing cut on the other side, as you saw in the photo. Right now, the northern exit comes out, but that's diagonal, and that's a very unsafe situation. If we can secure the easement, then we deal with Mass Highway to try to, first of all, stripe the crossing, and then eventually have a blinking signal there, as well as we have on all the other road crossings. So that's a long-term plan, but to get to that phase, you need to secure property rights, and we don't have that yet. On the issue of eminent domain, that provision is required, especially in this particular instance, because the Stone Ridge Management is comprised of two partners. One of the partners has died, and his share of the business went to the heirs. And if we don't have the ability to locate all of the heirs, the eminent domain proceeding may be required to clear that up. I should say also that Stone Ridge Management in the past has been very supportive of the trail. They donated a piece of property behind the water company for the construction of Phase 1. So we're pretty confident that we can work out an arrangement with them, but in the off chance that the heirs can't be located or their assigns cannot be located, then probably the eminent domain is the only option we have to secure the easement.
Any other vote that care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. Since the motion mentions taking by eminent domain, it will require a two-thirds vote. All those in favor of the motion, rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. All those opposed, rise and remain standing until counted by the monitors. Precinct 1. Precinct 1, 14 in favor, none opposed. Precinct 2. 15. 14 in favor, none opposed. Precinct 3. Precinct 3, 9 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 4. Precinct 4, 8 in favor, 2 opposed. Precinct 5. Precinct 5, 10 in favor, 1 opposed. Precinct 6. Precinct 6, 16 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 7. Precinct 7, 17 in favor, 0 opposed. Precinct 8. 8 in favor, 0 opposed. And Precinct 8 at large. At large, 13 in favor, 1 opposed. $109, having voted in the affirmative, 5 in the negative, necessary two-thirds has been acquired and the motion is carried. Article 36.
I move that the town vote to amend
its vote under Article 2 of the February 10th, 2014 special town meeting by reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed thereunder by $1,576,274, which reflects the premium amount received from bonding of the Woodland School project.
Motion made and second, the town vote to amend its vote under Article 2 of the February 10, 2014 special town meeting by reducing the amount authorized to be borrowed thereunder by $1,576,274, which reflects the premium amount received from bonding the Woodland School project. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Mr. Pillow.
Ladies and gentlemen, leading up to the borrowing of Woodland School, we anticipated receiving a significant bond premium, which we planned on applying direct to the capital fund. Thus, this article seeks to reduce the amount of borrowing by the premium of $1,576,274. I seek your support. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. The motion is carried. Article 37. Mr. Walsh.
I move that the town vote to transfer the sum of $100,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the school committee for the purpose of upgrading the Stacy Middle School elevator to meet the Commonwealth of Massachusetts public safety codes.
Motion made and second, the town vote to transfer the sum of $100,000 from the excess and deficiency account, said sum to be expended under the jurisdiction of the school committee for the purpose of upgrading the Stacy Middle School elevator to meet Commonwealth of Massachusetts public safety codes. Finance Committee recommendation?
Favorable.
Favorable. Any vote care to be heard? Mr. Walsh.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is very simple. We just no longer can get parts to repair the elevator. So when the elevator goes down or has to be rebooted during the daytime, it's really a serious problem, to the point where we did have somebody get stuck in the elevator for over an hour and a half before they could get them out. So I ask for your support.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 38. Zachary.
Zachary Taylor, Finance Director, at-large member. I move that the town vote to close out certain special article accounts to the general fund as follows.
Motion made and seconded to waive the reading of the remainder if it's exactly as appears on the handout that each town meeting member has. Anyone not have a handout relative to Article 38, talking about Article 1, 4, 21, 38, 23, 18, 35, 6, 11, and 5? Now the question comes upon the motion to waive. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion to waive the reading is carried. Zachary.
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. This article takes a look at past articles that have been approved and now have been completed. They are no longer necessary to be encumbered. They will drop down to the undesignated fund balance and become part of FY17's free cash. Thank you.
Any other vote care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Article 39.
Town meeting members, I move that the town vote to transfer funds between certain line items voted under Article 4 of the May 18th, 2015 annual town meeting for the purpose of making funds available in line item accounts not sufficiently funded through the end of fiscal year 2016 as follows.
Okay, again, a motion to waive the reading of the remainder of the article if it's exactly as appears on the handout received by all town meeting members?
It is.
Is it? Yes, it is. Does anyone not have a copy? If not, the question comes upon the motion to waive. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Those opposed, no. Motion is carried. Zach?
Thank you, Mr. Moderator. When Article 4 is voted, as you did earlier tonight, it is an estimate. Department heads try their best to keep within their budgets, but sometimes circumstances such as unexpected repairs or retirements put actual expenditures over budget. Likewise, other departments often come in well under budget. This article is meant to clean up the budgets within existing appropriation. Thank you.
Any other voter care to be heard? If not, the question comes upon the motion as presented. All those in favor will manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no. Motion is carried unanimously. Motion made and seconded, we dissolve the warrant. All those in favor manifest by saying aye. Opposed, no.